Testing, 1, 2. Good morning, everyone. There is a quorum in the room, so we're going to get started. Let's start with declarations of interest. Seeing none, Commissioner Farabee has sent his regrets for today's meeting. And there is just one item on the agenda, so that's the consideration of the Transportation Master Plan, Ottawa Pedestrian Plan, and Ottawa Cycling Plan update, and that's as it pertains to transit issues. I'm pleased to have the Transportation Master Plan come to the Transit Commission so that we can discuss and debate and provide our recommendations on the transit component of this plan to our colleagues on the Transportation Committee. The Transportation Master Plan is before the Transit Commission because the majority of transportation investments the city is going to be making over the next 20 years focus on transit and connecting people to transit so that we can encourage people to get out of their cars and onto light rail and buses. The plan's goal is not only to offer a high-quality public transit service, but also bring more residents closer to the convenience, reliability, and comfort of good public transit. As I indicated at the Joint Transportation Committee and Transit Commission meeting when the draft TMP was tabled, this is an exciting time for OC Transpo with construction of the Confederation Line underway and trains slated to begin to roll in 2018. The city is now proposing a Stage 2 light rail plan as part of the TMP that builds on the Confederation Line. It proposes to connect residents from Bayshore Station in the west to Beauceville and Riverside South in the south and to Place d'Orleans in the east. To complement and ensure we maximize our investment in rail, the city is also proposing $317 million worth of bus transitway improvements and $200 million in transit priority measures in all parts of Ottawa. These are projects that we will pay 100% with city dollars, leaving implementation within our full control. This draft plan proposes an unprecedented commitment to public transit that pushes rail and bus rapid transit to our major growth communities outside the Greenbelt. And having the benefit of some frank discussions with the public over the past several weeks, I think this is a plan that has something for everyone. At the same time, I know some issues have been raised and questions asked, including service to other key destinations in the city, projects that have not been included within the affordable network, and how the city services areas under development. Overall, though, I feel confident that we have a package of investments before us, a mix of bus and rail service, as well as cycling and pedestrian connections to bring people to transit service that will ultimately improve transit service across Ottawa. It will be easier for residents to get to work, to school, to medical appointments, and to recreation facilities and shopping destinations by public transit. As members of the Transit Commission, I know that we have some questions for staff, and we'll have some discussions aimed at ensuring that we are making the best possible transit investments and choices across the city. Ultimately, once this plan is approved, the city will be approaching its federal and provincial partners to help us fund the Stage 2 transit plan. The total of the city's rail package is close to $3 billion between 2018 and 2022, with each level of government being asked to contribute $975 million. Stage 2 is certainly an opportunity for our federal and provincial partners to confirm their continued support for important transit investments in Ottawa by funding this once-in-a-generation project. Not only will this package of projects ensure the city obtains more impact out of the Confederation Line, but it will ensure at the same time that the city continues to operate within the framework of fiscal prudence established by this council. I'd now like to turn the presentation over to Deputy City Manager Nancy Scheepers.
Thank you, Chair Deans. Good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. So as the Chair indicated, the City really is underscoring its commitment to providing residents across Ottawa with reliable, comfortable, and safe transit options for years to come. La Ville signale son engagement.
The City is committed to provide the residents of the City of Ottawa a reliable and comfortable transit system in the future.
of your transit system, staff recommend a robust package of investments that we can provide our federal and provincial partners with. We think it is a package that will maximize the benefit from our current investment in the Confederation line by extending it to more people in the east, west, and south of the city. And as you have indicated, we are proposing a very comprehensive package of supporting bus rapid transit and transit priority measures. These are projects that the city is going to pay for 100% and for which we have attached phasing. Some of these projects will start immediately. So, for instance, the Bayshore to Moody piece is already in the 2014 budget that has been tabled and will be in front of you. As for the transit priority measures, we have some really interesting and much-needed projects being proposed. For example, we are proposing measures along Jeanne d'Arc and Orleans Boulevard in the east to ensure that residents across Orleans can quickly and easily access the future light rail line that will be running to Place d'Orleans. We are also proposing transit priority measures along Bank Street to make transit more efficient along this route and to help provide better access for residents and visitors alike to the new Lansdowne Park. Not only are these rail and bus projects going to greatly enhance connectivity, but this expanded network is also going to have a multiplier effect on pedestrian and cycling investments across the city. The TMP underscores the need for supporting infrastructure for our transit service, which includes excellent connections to surrounding communities via enhanced pedestrian and cycling links. Le plan souligne la nécessité d'infrastructures de soutien.
The plan emphasizes the support services required for the transit system, as well as an excellent link with the surrounding areas, thanks to a better pedestrian and cyclist links.
Consultation, and as always, very good feedback. We received over 500 pages of submissions, and staff have some suggested changes as a result, which Colin will walk you through in his presentation. Without further delay, I would like to invite Colin to make the presentation.
Thank you, Nancy. Chair, councillors, and commissioners. The purpose of this presentation is to summarize the review process that we've been going through to update the rapid transit and transit priority network and supporting policies as part of the Transportation Master Plan update. And our work plan has included the three main phases. They're shown on the screen here today. Our phase one was our policy review phase. Our phase two was our infrastructure needs assessment phase, where we developed our future network concepts to accommodate the future travel demands based on population and employment growth projections. And phase three was our costing phase, where we undertook an affordability analysis to identify how much the city can afford to spend on growth-related transportation projects, including rapid transit, and then we tailored our recommended networks within that fiscal framework. The first phase of our TMP update included a policy review phase, where we highlighted all of the new policy directions, not only for rapid transit, but for the whole Transportation Master Plan, as well as the Ottawa Cycling Plan, Ottawa Pedestrian Plan, the official plan, all under the Building a Livable Ottawa banner. In general, all of the new policy directions for the Transportation Master Plan shown here in some ways directly or indirectly affect transit. And the enhanced affordability focus that we have undertaken for this plan update is the single largest impact in terms of new policy directions going forward, not only accounting for the capital costs, but the ongoing maintenance and life cycle and operating costs that goes into the all of the infrastructure. So without focusing on all of the policies within the Transportation Master Plan, we'll focus today on the key policy directions for transit, which are highlighted in Chapter 4 of the Transportation Master Plan. That section has that chapter has two sections. The first section discusses how we plan to expand the rapid transit and transit priority network. Action 1 discusses how we will focus on implementing our affordable projects and our affordable networks, and we'll continue to protect and strive to implement our ultimate rapid transit and transit priority network concept. And we'll do that by including the ultimate rapid transit concept and the corridors and stations within the official plan, and protect for them through various planning application tools, as well as looking for opportunities such as purchasing surplus railway rights-of-ways or utility rights-of-ways to help fulfill that vision. Section 2 discusses how we will integrate the rapid transit network into our communities, and it includes 4 main actions. The first action discusses how we'll provide walking and cycling opportunities across and within rapid transit corridors, recognizing that the corridors themselves can be a physical barrier between communities, and it also presents the opportunity to parallel those corridors with other infrastructures such as multi-use pathways and cycling facilities. Action 4.3 speaks to how we would like to encourage quality development around rapid transit stations, and speaks to our transit-oriented development strategies and initiatives to not only have good quality urban design, but a good mix of different uses to encourage people to live and work and enjoy themselves in close proximity to rapid transit stations without having to rely on personal motor vehicles. Action 4.4 is about making our rapid transit stations convenient and accessible for all users, including pedestrians and cyclists. It's mainly about the 600-meter radius around our rapid transit stations to ensure that we have good quality pathway connections leading up into the stations that are well maintained, as well as the stations themselves to have a lot of different amenities, customer amenities such as weather protection and seating and wayfinding and other amenities to improve the customer experience. And Action 4.5 is about meeting and exceeding guidelines and legislation for people with disabilities. And that's a new action and text that we're now recommending to include into the Transportation Master Plan. That wasn't part of our October 9th tabling of the draft plan. It's something that's come from our October consultation process, meeting with the accessibility advisory committees and others to emphasize the importance of accessibility, particularly paratranspo, and how the city will continue to provide accessible transit opportunities for people with disabilities. The development of the infrastructure, the rapid transit infrastructure, is well described in the staff report that was tabled on October 9th, and it included the key considerations that are identified here. The expansion of the rapid transit system, so the key considerations there were the clear direction that we received from Council to review rapid transit service between Barrhaven and Bayview through Riverside South with a connection to the Ottawa International Airport, as well as assessing the feasibility of a rapid rail transit solution to Orleans at the earliest opportunity, and the development of our rapid transit ultimate network, as well as the phasing of that network within the affordable plan. Our review process also included a comprehensive review of the transit priority corridors. That's where we have on-road transit vehicles operating in mixed traffic, and it includes largely a coordinated set of intersection modifications to ensure that the buses continue to operate on-road in mixed traffic. And the affordability analysis, of course, was a key consideration in developing the infrastructure, and that was largely undertaken by the Finance Department, and there's a separate companion report that was tabled on October 9th that speaks directly to that. The last bullet point is about consultation and how consultation has been a key consideration and component for this whole process from beginnings right through to the month of October when we consulted on this draft plan, and how we've been able to adjust the plans accordingly. The main themes that we've heard through the October consultation processes are listed here. I'll speak to how we are adjusting the plans to accommodate this feedback in the next several slides. The first slide here will just emphasize the main themes that we've heard through October, and I've already spoken to the first point, the suggestion that we should be including greater emphasis on accessibility and paratranspo in the Transportation Master Plan, and how we are now planning and recommending to include a new action and text in that regard. The other 5 bullet points on this slide really are very similar in that they all speak to how people are suggesting that we should go further with the affordable plan to extend rapid transit further through the urban area and through the city, including extending the O train down to the Ottawa International Airport, providing rapid transit service through the Fernbank community and the Stittsville area sooner, as well as extending light rail transit extensions further west and south and east out to Canadian Tire Centre and Trim Road in the east and down into Barrhaven, as well as up through Canada North, as well as through Canada out to Terry Fox. So we've been able to review all of these themes and been able to recommend some additional changes now to the plans to accommodate some of these feedback. But first, we'd like to introduce our recommended ultimate rapid transit network concept to be included in the Transportation Master Plan. This ultimate network concept is very similar to what's currently in the 2008 Transportation Master Plan. It identifies our vision for expanding the rapid transit network out to all parts of the urban area and into the outer suburban areas by expanding light rail transit to Canadian Tire Centre and down into Barrhaven and through Riverside South, as well as connections into the airport and further east to Trim Road. All of those are major destinations that have been identified through the October consultations and are accounted for in this ultimate network concept. And it's these corridors and station locations that we will be including in the official plan and protecting for their alignments and locations and looking for opportunities to implement as soon as possible. The affordable network that we are recommending acknowledges the fiscal constraints faces the city and identifies the projects that provide the best value for the amount of funds that the city can afford over the next 18 years, over the planning horizon over the next 18 years. And this affordable concept map before you today is very similar to what we tabled on October 9th. However, there are some additional changes as we has been suggested through the October consultations. They're mainly in the West End, in the Canada area. We're now recommending some additional transit priority measures in the Fernbank community along the north-south future north-south arterial road to include transit priority measures between Palladium and Fernbank to ensure that the buses continue to operate efficiently into those 3 new park and ride facilities that are planned along that corridor. Up in the Canada North area, the suggestion of extending rapid transit further through the Canada community, we were able to do a high-level value engineering exercise on the Canada North BRT facility, and that identified the opportunity to defer 2 major structures as part of that project, totaling approximately $30 million. The structures are at the Queensway and March Road, where the plans call for a major tunnel underneath the Queensway that would wrap underneath March Road and bring the transit vehicles to grade within the median of March Road. And that's a $30 million structure. We're now recommending as part of the affordable network for the buses to continue to use the shoulder bus lanes, to use the existing off-ramp at March Road, to travel a short distance and mix traffic up to Corkstown Road, where we would use traffic signalization to get the buses into the median to proceed further north on the median BRT facility. That allows us to direct and recommend the funds now to build another bus rapid transit facility between March Road into Terry Fox Station. And as shown here in the map, It would have the buses exit again at March Road using the existing March Road off-ramp. The buses going west would cross March Road to Campo Road, go southbound on Tarrant, down by the Ontario Provincial Police Station to access the new BRT facility that would go further west into Terry Fox Station. And we've already built the Canada Avenue with a tunnel structure to receive the buses into the Terry Fox Station, and we would be recommending an additional station where the pedestrian overpass crosses the Queensway. So that BRT facility to Terry Fox Station is approximately $25 million. We're able to do that by deferring these two major structures, as well as going further north with the Canada North BRT now to Salant Road. That's a little further than Carling Avenue, which we were previously recommending. And we would review that further through our detailed design exercises with the Canada Road BRT facility. So those are the main changes that we're now recommending for the affordable network concept. We reviewed all of the consultation themes arising through the October consultation processes, and the suggestions of going further west with LRT to Canadian Tire Place and down into Barrhaven and out to Trim Road would add billions of dollars to this affordable network concept and would essentially make it an unaffordable plan. We also reviewed again our recommendation for extending the O train down to Bowesville, and we're committed to continue to explore opportunities to extend the O train into the airport as part of the environmental assessment addendum that would be required for the O train extension. There really, at this point, are three main points with respect to that extension down to Bowesville, with respect to serviceability issues, with respect to ridership, and for the value of the investment. In terms of serviceability, by providing an O-train extension to both the Ottawa International Airport and Bowesville, we'd be essentially splitting the service, setting every second train or every third train to Bowesville or to the airport. The O train is limited to 9 or 10-minute service with the upgrades that we're currently working on, so that would mean the service would be reduced to every 20 minutes or 30 minutes with that type of spur line. So that's one of the considerations with a recommendation going to Bowesville. The Transitway 97 service already provides a 10-minute service in the peak periods to the front door of the airport terminal. When exploring possibilities of extending the O train into the airport lands with the airport authority, we couldn't get it closer than approximately a half a kilometer away from the terminal building, given all the constraints associated with the O train DMU technology. So those are the main reasons for extending or making the recommendation to extending the O train to Bowesville. Given the ridership projections, we're forecasting a lot more ridership, thousands more ridership, both in the peak period and all day from Bowesville compared to the airport. And in terms of value, if we were to just extend the O train to the airport, we would likely have to extend the Southeast Transitway down through Riverside South, which would be a more expensive proposition than extending the O train down to Bowesville. So those are the main reasons why we made changes and why we didn't make changes to the affordable plan based on the consultation themes that we heard through our October consultation sessions. The last slide here is again just summing up the overall capital cost components for the affordable network. As you can see, the overall total capital cost continues to be about $3 billion, with $2.5 billion for the light rail components and another $500 million for the bus rapid transit and transit priority components. So the next steps for this project are to defer and recommend today's discussion to Transportation Committee for their November 15th meeting as part of the approval process for the Transportation Master Plan, as well as the Ottawa Cycling Plan and the Ottawa Pedestrian Plan, and to have all of that rise to Council on November 26, when the three transportation plans will be approved, as well as when the official plan rises to council as well on November 26. So that concludes the formal presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simpson. Now, there are a number of public delegations. If it's the will of the Commission, we'll go straight to the public delegations, and then we'll follow with questions to staff after we've heard from the public. Before we start, I do just want to remind the members of the public that today we're only considering future transit infrastructure. That's the basis of this meeting today. The Transportation Committee will be considering the overall plan. So anything that isn't infrastructure isn't in order, and anything that isn't transit infrastructure or related to transit infrastructure isn't in order. So if the members of the public could keep their comments directly to what is germane to the conversation today, which is future transit infrastructure, that would be greatly appreciated. We'll start with Trevor Hache, Policy Coordinator for Ecology Ottawa for Complete Streets, and Mr. Hache will be followed by Carol Gravel. Good morning, Mr. Hache. You have 5 minutes to address the Commission. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Deans and members of the committee. It's very great to be with you all here this morning. And I'm speaking on behalf of Ecology Ottawa today, which is a volunteer-led organization that's very grassroots, and we are working to make our city the green capital of Canada. So overall, Ecology Ottawa is very much in support of the draft Transportation Master Plan, and the staff that worked so hard on it should be congratulated for all of that hard work. The plan's Stage 2 light rail components represent a breakthrough in sustainable transportation in the City of Ottawa. Plans to extend light rail east, west, and south more quickly is a bold vision, and one that Ecology Ottawa supports wholeheartedly. We're also glad the City has committed to passing a complete streets policy, because we anticipate that streets that better serve public transit users, pedestrians and cyclists, will contribute to an increase in public transit ridership, especially if those streets are built to and from the light rail and transitway stations. Indeed, a lot of focus should be placed on ensuring our streets are that they contain designated lanes for public transit vehicles, so that passengers are able to travel across the nation's capital as quickly as possible. And we are glad that there are a number of plans within the Transportation Master Plan to build that type of infrastructure for our public transit vehicles. We'll be keeping a close eye on the Complete Streets progress, and we urge the City to take a comprehensive approach to ensure effectiveness. We note with regard to the affordability analysis that it has substantially reduced the number of new roads and road widenings planned for the next 5 years. We're very much in favor of this reduction, as the City currently operates and maintains 6,000 kilometers of roads, and it's not clear how the ongoing repairs and maintenance will be paid for unless we anticipate significant increases in property taxes similar to those we've seen applied with water and sewer rates. Moving forward, we encourage the City to continue going even further to reduce the amount of new roads and road widenings, and to instead use that money to more quickly improve public transportation, cycling, and pedestrian infrastructure. We note that even if the Transportation Master Plan is fully implemented between now and 2031, that overall greenhouse gas emissions are projected to increase. This is in contradiction to what the world's leading scientists are telling us is necessary if we are to avoid dangerous climate change. So we urge the City to move forward with more investments in public transportation infrastructure, including light rail, more quickly to help ensure Ottawa achieves even better modal splits than what is currently targeted. We appreciate the current context of fiscal constraint, and therefore are concerned the City removed any commitment to conducting research on any possible user fee approaches to roads. Funds raised could be invested in bringing more light rail to more places in the City more quickly. The preliminary policy proposals tabled in January this year included a section focused on user pay approaches to roads. And I could quote from it at length, but given the time constraints, I won't. Unfortunately, all reference to this good idea was removed from the Transportation Master Plan tabled earlier this month. We feel this is a mistake, especially given the city's desire to bring light rail to the city and various areas of it more quickly. Finally, we'd like to congratulate the city for implementing the Presto card system. We recognize that you're trying to differentiate between cash fares and Presto fares, and we congratulate you for trying to encourage public transit users in Ottawa to move toward using Presto. It's absolutely essential, though, that our public transportation system is affordable for its users, including families and individuals struggling with poverty, many of whom cannot afford to own a car. So we urge Transit Commission members and City Council to stop raising transit fares, and we need to encourage more sustainable modes of transportation and send price signals about the modes we would most prefer people use, consistent with the city's stated priorities and policies in this area. Summing up, we want to congratulate you on the bold vision to build more light rail more quickly. We want to congratulate you on your commitment to passing a complete streets policy. We want to congratulate you on recognizing that building a lot of new roads is simply not affordable. There are some areas in need of improvement, including we need to reduce overall greenhouse gas emissions. We need to start doing research about different user fees that could be applied to our roads, so we're sending the appropriate price signals. And we need to stop raising transit fares. But overall, again, congratulations on a great draft transportation master plan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hache, for your presentation. We appreciate it, and for your kind words. Although transit fares are a subject for our budget consultation, not for today. Today's about transit infrastructure. There is a question for you from Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the public delegation for the comments. I share the optimism expressed on the reduction of new roads and road widening projects in favor of public transit in the affordable TMP. Mr. Hache indicated a desire to further reduce the amount of new roads and road widening in the future. Said that new roads are not affordable, but of course nor is sending LRT to all corners of our city. The economic hit to the City of Ottawa is already in the hundreds of millions of dollars per year from congestion. So I'm wondering what would Ecology Ottawa suggest as a way to address the increased congestion that would result from even fewer road widenings and new roads, because this would also affect public transit that travels on these roads.
In the city of Los Angeles, they have a lot of roads, and congestion hasn't been solved by building new roads or widening existing roads. What solves those types of things is by shifting people away from the least desirable modes of transportation towards things like public transit and cycling and pedestrian infrastructure. We feel as though the city's 6,000 kilometers of roads are enough at this point, and that just operating and maintaining those are a very expensive endeavor. And so our priority, if we were to make that recommendation, would be to stop building new roads, stop widening existing roads, put all the money that the city can afford into improving cycling and pedestrian infrastructure and bringing light rail to more areas of the city more quickly. I think that based on the information that I've seen, the city still at this time plans to spend more money in the next 5 years on building new roads and widening existing roads than it plans to spend in the next 18 years on implementing the cycling and pedestrian master plans. And so if that money were reprioritized, we could see more progress being made in terms of the modal splits being reached. We could maybe even set those modal split targets to be even more aggressive and ambitious, and we can start to build a really walking-friendly city, walking-friendly communities, cycling-friendly communities, and ensure that we have a world-class public transportation system that reaches all corners of the city.
I was trying to keep it on the matter of public transit, Madam Chair. I agree that building new roads and widening roads does not solve congestion in the long term. Empirical data proves that. But in terms of our funding envelope, as just presented, the funding being dedicated to new roads compared to the funding for LRT, it just doesn't compare. Obviously, this is a very bold plan in public transit. So in terms of what the public delegation is suggesting, not increasing transit fares, don't want to increase property taxes, but at the same time wanting to see additional LRT expansion and fewer road widening projects. I mean, the funding saved from abandoning those projects couldn't begin to fund the LRT. I mean, we're looking at $1 billion alone to bring LRT from Baseline to Barrhaven, for example. So what is Ecology Ottawa proposing in terms of funding these investments?
So there's a number of ways that ridership can be increased. One way is to create really good connections so that people can take different modes of transportation to get to the public transit station. So creating a really great pedestrian and cycling network across the city is really important. The preliminary policy proposals that were tabled at the end of January this year included a section, 3 paragraphs, on user fees for roads. And it suggested that the City of Ottawa may be wise to start doing some research on what might be an option for them in moving in that direction. What are the things that the public would support? What are the things the public wouldn't support? The City of Toronto, for example, just went through a lengthy process guided by Metrolinx, which looked at, I think, 12 or 20 different options. So we feel as though right now not enough is being done to recoup some of the costs from the most active users of the roads. So people driving private automobiles, businesses driving really heavy trucks, all of that traffic is very damaging to the 6,000 kilometers of roads that the City of Ottawa maintains. So we would like to see an approach similar to public transit, where there's an anticipation that the riders should cover roughly 50% of the cost of operating that system. It would be nice if the most active users of the road, in terms of people driving their private automobiles and businesses driving heavy trucks, were also asked to help pay for some of those costs through some type of a user fee approach. That money could be designated toward funding future transit infrastructure.
Thank you. The evidence is certainly on the side of Mr. Hache there, and I fully agree that it's important to have these discussions, but we're getting a bit away from the transit portion of the TMP. So that's it for me, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson, and thank you, Mr. Hache, for being here this morning. Our next speaker is Carol Gravel. Good morning. Go ahead.
Yes, good morning. And I would like to be able to give greetings to Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. My having to be in front of the mic will be both in French and in English. I will respect the time allotted. I am interested in Complete Streets simply because it is one that includes all users of the street. And if you're going to, as the Transit Commission has as a responsibility to provide the best transportation service for all transit users, enhance the experience of being a commuter. So in as much as you want to do so, you want to be able to make sure that when it has the ability to have transit shelters is important, because it enables people who are users to do their transacting, whether it's in a temperate weather or if it's in bad weather. So we want to make sure that there are plenty of shelters as the criteria is brought for population that is warranted, and I gave you an attachment that shows that there are certain areas of the city that could benefit from having more shelters, so that bottom line towards having a multiplicity of transactions is enabled. Also, the experience of having to have a cyclist with racks on the sidewalks enhances the cyclist experience. And if at the major stations there could be bicycle racks with a covering so that their bicycles are not impaired with either ice pellets or with an insufficiency of traction because of oil dispenser from water and rain. So both mine to bus shelters and to bike racks, especially in the stations. In terms of the complete streets, also wheelchair-bound have low-lying curves, which again increases their experience of their visiting frequently the downtown or wherever they're going. En français, c'était pour...
I wanted to underline the point that people have to travel for their daily activities, and I think this is a benefit for the local economy, and the experience should be pleasant if you use a transit. It should be more convenient and safe. As to safety, we have to know that bus shelters are necessary because you have to be able to go about your daily business, whether the weather is good or bad. And also, for bike users, we should have bicycle racks, and also we should be able to ensure, as the complete road concept dictates, we should have lower sidewalks for those who use a wheelchair, or for young families with the strollers. They should be able to have access to the street, whether you're in a vehicle or on a bicycle or just on foot.
Commissioners and the chair for their efforts and for their making Canada's capital, Ottawa, a world city. J'aimerais simplement vous féliciter.
I would like to congratulate Madam Chair and the commissioners for their hard work in order to make Ottawa a world-class city. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gravel, for your presentation. Any questions? No?
Speakers will be Michelle Brunet and Méziane Zerel from La Cité Collégiale. And they will be followed by David Jeans from Transport Action Canada.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, good morning. Mrs. Bourgeois is sorry for not being here, but she has another engagement. I'm from the Cité Collégiale. First of all, we'd like to congratulate the City of Ottawa for giving priority to developing a transit plan to reduce travel time and for looking to light rail to achieve its vision of improved public transit. Since it first opened its doors 23 years ago, the Cité Collégiale has been building a solid reputation as a leader of the Francophone community in Ontario and the rest of Canada, and training new generations of dynamic, highly skilled, bilingual, and generally outstanding young people. The Collège offers 93 programs of study, and we are proud to welcome an ever-growing clientele of Francophones and Francophiles. La Cité Collégiale has an undeniable power of attraction, and in September 2012, we passed a milestone of 5,000 students, a major step forward in our development. Access to La Cité Collégiale must be facilitated for all of Ottawa's Francophone and Francophile residents, including those who live in Ottawa West. The extension of the light rail line to Blair Station is an excellent first step. This decision will undoubtedly encourage residents of Ottawa West to travel eastwards and will be beneficial to the users of La Cité Collégiale. This fact is confirmed by a number of studies on access to post-secondary studies. Both the proximity of an institution of higher learning and the availability of a public transit system are major determinants of the institutional choices made by those looking to pursue post-secondary studies. Councillor Tim Tierney, as quoted in the December 13, 2012 issue of Le Droit, put it this way: Francophone young people are living all over town. Every day we see more Francophone schools. Let's make sure that they have the opportunity to pursue their studies in their own language. We are asking for three things. To be in a position to effectively meet the needs of users of La Cité Collégiale, we are asking the Transit Committee, through the Commission, to consider the following requests. Extend the light rail line to Trim Station in the Orleans area. Develop a new direct bus line between Blair Station and La Cité Collégiale. Allow La Cité Collégiale to participate in the planning of stations along the light rail line. Users of the Alphonse Desjardins campus of La Cité's Minto Skilled Trade Center, located in the junction of Ottawa Regional Road 174 and Trim Road, are currently poorly served by the city's public transit system. Circulation between the main campus on Aviation Parkway and the Trade Center is complex and inefficient. The center's parking lot is full to capacity, and it is obvious that public transit is not the option favored by students and teachers at the Orleans campus. La Cité Collégiale is therefore supporting the option proposed by the public transit plan, namely to extend the light rail line from Blair Station to Trim Station. We wish to add that in addition to serving the users of La Cité Collégiale, an improved transit plan for the eastern part of the city would be beneficial to various facilities and organizations, including the Orleans Shopping Center and the Shackman Art Center. The new light rail line to Orleans would support the decision the city made in November 2012 to give the go-ahead to the community improvement project aimed at creating thousands of new jobs in Ottawa East. Reference Radio-Canada, Tuesday, November 12th, 2012. To better meet the needs of users of the Collège, it is essential to improve traffic between La Cité Collégiale and Blair Station by means of a new direct bus line. At present, La Cité Collégiale is the city's only post-secondary educational institution that is not directly served by the City of Ottawa's transit plan. Let us recall that every day over 5,500 Francophones travel to the main campus of La Cité, and this number does not include continuing education students who come to the campus in the evening. To the college's regular activities are often added gathering activities of all kinds, primarily at the main campus. Blair Station is not very far from La Cité Collégiale, and the city has the necessary expertise to find a more effective connection solution. This new bus line could be designed to favor the Rockcliffe base redevelopment. This project, announced in November 2012 by Canada Lands Company, promises to become a self-sufficient model community. It will, however, be necessary to link this community efficiently with the city's transit system. Increasing the visibility of La Cité Collégiale along the light rail line. As we already noted, La Cité Collégiale is the only post-secondary institution that is not involved in planning the city's transit system. The Collège is a well-recognized institution within the city's Francophone community, and we are asking the City of Ottawa to recognize the positive impact of our institution on the development of the community. La Cité Collégiale is asking the City of Ottawa to be included in public transit planning. This would, for example, enable the Collège to take part in creating artistic designs for the Blair and Trim stations in order to highlight the contribution of the city's college education institution has made. This completes my presentation, Madam Chair. We also have copies in English, if you want any copies in English. Thank you, Mr. Brunet, for your presentation. Any questions? Thank you.
And we will take the remarks in English as well. Okay. Our next speaker is David Jeans from Transport Action Canada, and Mr. Jeans will be followed by Kevin Kinsella. Morning, Mr. Jeans. Now you know the rules here, so go ahead.
Yes, I hope so. Thank you, Chair. I'll try to limit my remarks to matters that do concern the Transit Commission, NOC Transpo, though with the interweaving of transit planning and operations with rail and transitway construction, it's not always easy to divide them. Legally, this TMP is a 5-year update to previous plans, so it's reasonable to consider it in comparison to those plans. And in particular, I want to refer to the report of the peer review panel on the 2008 TMP. The 5 international experts selected by the city itself said that, and I quote, "An overarching concern noted by the panel was the basis on which the latest transit proposals had been developed. These appeared to rely on long-term 2031 ridership forecasts for a peak hour only. This approach leads to high-cost solutions designed only to address peak hour conditions," unquote. And they went on, quote, "The panel strongly feels that transit system improvements should be designed for a wider set of travel conditions than just for the AM peak hour. Addressing off-peak and overall daily transit modal split targets in addition to peak hour would be appropriate." End of quote, yes. But the present plan still seems to be driven by this peak hour, peak direction, morning-only view. Over many years, I worked with OC Transpo on behalf of Nortel to create a bus route network for reverse flow and suburb-to-suburb commuting, with a major transfer hub at Lincoln Fields and secondary hubs at Bayshore and at Nortel itself, which served Canada North. Since the present plan documents show more than twice as many jobs in the suburbs inside the Greenbelt compared to the 23% in the inner core, there should be much more emphasis on linking these inner suburbs by transit, cross-town and reverse flow. Another element, also mainly inside the Greenbelt, is to connect major urban facilities to rapid transit. The official plan has required this for new facilities for many years. However, many existing or expanded or redeveloped facilities have not met this requirement. Examples are the Canadian Tire Centre, the Ernst & Young Centre, the airport, the General and Civic Hospital campuses, and particularly Lansdowne Park. Previously, we did do the right thing for the Rideau Centre and the Via Rail stations, and that access will be further improved during the coming period. However, I believe the rest of the plan doesn't deal with those other important citywide facilities. The further delay in rail access to the airport is a disappointment. This could have been achieved long ago using the diesel LRT. This is the approach being used for Pearson Airport, diesel. The problems raised in the TMP and mentioned by Mr. Simpson for frequency of service and also the guideway requirements to reach the terminal shouldn't be major stumbling blocks. Heathrow Express originally had only 15-minute frequency, and both Vancouver and Toronto have had much more complex guideway issues to solve. Also, the forecast of only 100 passengers for the airport service, I think, is far too low. The peer panel noted that the 2003 TMP and Rapid Transit Expansion Study, in which I participated as a council appointee to the advisory committee, recommended an incremental expansion of the O-train, and responsibility for this was actually delegated to OC Transpo. The panel also noted that the 2007 Mayor's Task Force study also recommended reuse of the existing surface rail lines and the city-owned rail bridge to Gatineau, as well as a downtown transit tunnel. Of these, only the tunnel was actually adopted. Instead, we have yet to see the start of any expanded O-train service since 2003. That's more than 10 years. And what we're going to get next year, the approved capacity and frequency expansion, won't extend service or add any stations. And in fact, this is, in this plan, this is specifically postponed till after 2018. And part of the stumbling block here is that OC Transpo, which directs the consultants on the TMP, required that they not pursue cheaper options such as at-grade crossings at Leicester, Leitrim, and Bowesville, which were previously approved for electric LRT by Transport Canada. Unlike what the TMP says, Transport Canada has no existing regulation that would prohibit diesel LRT at grade crossings. Crossing safety considerations for the electric and diesel LRT are actually almost identical. The city is still allowing existing rails to be abandoned and has not maintained rails that it already owns to Leitrim and Gatineau. OC Transpo could recommend affordable or innovative approaches to using these lines, but proposals for Leitrim, Airport, at Gatineau, and Bowesville, which have come before you, in our view, have all been inflated in cost over what we believe is appropriate. Options that are common in modern rail systems, such as operating longer trains when demand warrants are not being pursued. This is a cheaper solution than more frequent trains with lower labor, signaling, and passing track costs. And it also, and this is key, permits outer branches to be served by splitting trains at suburban nodes rather than running alternate trains from downtown to each branch. Mr. Simpson specifically referred to this as the stumbling block for the airport, and I believe it doesn't have to be. getting close to finishing. OC Transpo participated in the Interprovincial Transit Study of 2001 and the subsequent RappiBus planning, but I think this plan really misses the opportunity for a good link between the RappiBus system in Gatineau and the Ottawa LRT and Transitway network by using the Prince of Wales Bridge and the O-Train as recommended by the three-government study released earlier
Mr. James,
this year.
can you please wrap up your time, sir?
Yeah, so I will. The last point was I think that we should look again at incremental transitway conversions, because I think the road and transit disruption that we're going to have between now and 2018 shouldn't be repeated as we extend the network beyond 2018. And I hope that a pragmatic approach within the time frame of the current plan will actually allow us to advance some important rail projects where their cost or complexity can be reduced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a question. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank Mr. Jeets for his presentation. On the matter of O-Train extension to the airport, I know he indicated that he is disappointed to see that not reflected in the affordability network. I know the Airport Authority was pushing for this too. But currently we have Route 97, which offers frequent, direct, quick access to the airport from across the downtown core. It's up South Keys, of course, Ottawa U, Herdman Station, even Lincoln Fields and Bayshore on its route. Coming at this from a rider's perspective, should travelers be taking an O-Train to the airport, they would have to transfer at Bayview Station to reach any of these hotspots except for South Keys. If I'm lugging suitcases in the middle of winter, the last thing I want to do is have to transfer. I mean, if we looked at the extension of the O-Train into Gatineau, this plan being proposed to extend the O-Train to the airport would be great for those living in Gatineau, but of questionable value to those riding within Ottawa. So on that note, I just wonder if you'd elaborate on why he would push for the O-Train expansion to the airport.
Yeah, two things. Just going backwards, extensions to Gatineau are to serve the very large number of people who live in Ottawa but work in Gatineau and pay Ottawa taxes, and the very large number of OC Transpo buses, over 300 a day, which currently have to go to Gatineau and get stuck in their street system. So it's not a gift to the people of Gatineau to run the O-Train across the river. As far as getting to the airport is concerned, we know that the downtown is not the only source of people going to the airport. In fact, people going to the airport, including a very large number of employees, are originating all over the region. So transfers are an appropriate part of their journey to the airport. I personally transfer both at Bayview and at Greenborough in order to take both the O-Train and the 97 bus to get to the airport, so I'm quite familiar with it. The 97 bus is convenient because it does go right downtown, which is handy only if you're staying in a downtown hotel or going to a downtown business meeting, but it's not really a good way of transporting luggage. Rail can provide a much better service for that.
Just to respond, Madam Chair, I filed an inquiry when I first joined the Commission about the number of Ottawa commuters going over to Gatineau, and OC Transpo made it clear that the numbers coming in from Gatineau during rush hour or in the morning are far dwarf the numbers of commuters such as myself who travel over to Gatineau for work. And in terms of the convenience of the 97, I reiterate that from a rider's perspective, having to transfer in winter with suitcases is not in anyone's best interest. I think that the O-Train proposed extension to Beauceville serves a far greater number of commuters than would the leg going out to the airport instead.
This might be a good time for me to mention that the Mayor and Councillor Aglai and I are working with the Airport Authority, and we are looking at the possibility of including a spur line from South Keys to the airport in the environmental assessment. And that would be predicated on the premise that the solution doesn't compromise ridership or service to communities to the south. So we're not in a position right now to bring a motion forward, so hopefully we will be by the time the Transportation Committee meets. Anything else? Thank you, Mr. James. Our next speaker is Kevin Kinsella, and Mr. Kinsella will be followed by Brian Hunter, Greater Orleans Economic Development Council. Good morning, Mr. Kinsella. I know you also know the rules here, so you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Well, first of all, I always enjoy following David Jeans. But I couldn't have said better myself a lot of what he said, particularly around the O train to the airport. Now, I live in near South Keys. I take the 98 to South Keys, and I would like nothing better when I travel, actually, than to have an O train going to the airport, because let me tell you, it's not really that convenient to lug luggage up those ramps when you're trying to use a wheelchair or other things like that. And the O train, it's so much easier to use when you actually have luggage. You know, and there are many and varied reasons why having an O train out to the airport or something of that ilk is important. I mean, there are South End businesses that could hugely benefit from this sort of thing. You're building, right now you're trying to encourage people to stay in the South to a certain extent. You've expanded or you're going to expand the casino at the racetrack. Number of areas that would really, really hugely benefit from having an O train in there, and I would encourage you to keep that in the actual master plan. And I'm glad to hear there's a motion coming forward regarding the environmental assessment, etc. Also like to thank the members of the Commission and the OC Transpo staff for putting in a section about paratranspo. I have to say, though, that this plan is actually incongruous with the budget, and I'll speak more about that at the budget. Certainly trying to make the city more accessible to the disabled is always desirable, but in this case, budget has to meet with infrastructure. I cannot emphasize enough the importance that I place on the use of trains in replacement of buses. And I think that Mr. Jeans said everything he could much better than I could. So I'm going to leave it at that, and thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time, Mr. Kinsella, and your insights. We appreciate it. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to our next speaker, which is Brian Hunter from the Greater Orleans Economic Development Council, followed by Chris Bradshaw. Oh, Mr. Bradshaw isn't here, so Mr. Hunter will be followed by Brad Nixon from the Findlay Creek Community Association. Good morning, Mr. Hunter.
Okay.
I'm not
Thank
as
you.
familiar with your organization, so maybe you could tell us who you represent and introduce us to you.
All right, thank you very much. I represent the Greater Orleans Economic Development Council. We're a group of residents that are looking to support the economic development of the Orleans Eastern region more generally. And in particular, our vision is to work very closely with the elected officials at all three levels of government, as well as other organizations that are local to ours or would have an impact on our area. I'd like to thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. Make sure I can reuse this machine right. And I'd like to support the emphasis that the Transportation Master Plan places on public transit, and particularly on your efforts to secure the levels of support for senior levels of financing. I am concerned, though, that if it falls short, then it'll have to trigger a fundamental reassessment of the priorities among those the components of the single project that you've now proposed. And if some of those projects are deferred, it's going to be a very difficult political decision, difficult for all of us to assess and understand. And if you want public support for either this plan or any change to it, then the process has to be and has to be seen to be objective, evidence-based, and applied consistently across the city. So I'd like to look at the three criteria that the city has used in the assessments of the current proposals: the drivers for ridership, land use intensity, comparing capital costs. First, this map sets out shows the traffic congestion in 2011, and the pressures, as you can see, are clearly primarily east-west. And if we fast forward to 2031, the problems are still primarily east-west, with both of the corridors in Orleans, the 174 and the Cumberland corridor along Innis, heavily congested. If we take a look at what drives congestion, this was the impression that the 2008 Transportation Master Plan was based on. You can see that at that time, the east was clearly seen to be a low-growth area. And that perception likely affected transit allocations then and may well be today. However, experience since then has shown that these projections are very wrong. These are the reductions in the projections in the new Transportation Master Plan. The new projections are better, but they're very different. And the same applies to the population figures. This is the new impression of where the growth of population is. Orleans today has more people, and therefore the need for more jobs than Barrhaven will have in 2031. And we need to rethink what we mean by growth areas. I'd like to reemphasize the question, or the need for jobs in Orleans. While we've attracted jobs at a fairly substantial rate, we've attracted households at twice the rate. So how do we respond to these pressures? We could ignore the current pressures. We could try to anticipate possible pressures, a build it and they will come approach. If this applies, if the city is consistent, it would have to apply to all. And this is a risky approach. It's not evidence-based. It's impossible to apply fairly across the city because of budget constraints, and it leaves some areas underfunded. If we look at the second criteria, the land use intensity, what you see is the two routes, the Cumberland and the 174, have density rates that are largely comparable, and this is stated in your documents as well, to the west and southwest, and about twice as dense as the southeast. In terms of capital costs, the figure for the Orleans Light Rail looks very expensive, $500 million. But keep in mind that this contains a 45% contingency, much higher than the contingency rates that are applied to other projects across the city. And the actual price for this is about, I believe, about $350 million. 45% is the rest of that $500 million. And also, this project did not benefit from earlier projects that would have taken out components of that project. This is not the case for the O-Train, for example. The $99 million seems very low, but it just gets you to Beauville. And the ridership is based on taking that far beyond that, extending it all the way to Barrhaven. And you've already got investments that have already made into some of those transit links, which now make the new O-Train extension look relatively inexpensive. But we still have to get the bus to Riverside South. We have new park and ride, $4 million. We have wildlife crossings that are not funded, and in reference to an expanded maintenance and storage facilities, which also would be needed. Plus, of course, the airport tunnel, $100 million. And if you look at the experience with some of the other underpasses that we've been looking at recently, that could be a lot more than that. If we look for the case for Orleans, then we have ridership, we have the support, demonstrated support for transit, we have the jobs, people, and the congestion. Land use intensity, we have comparable density and certainly higher than the southeast. And capital costs, we have to make sure that the capital costs that we use in these comparisons are really comparable. So how did the city rank Orleans against these criteria? As you can see by the dark lines, both of the Orleans transit corridors ranked extremely high, and higher than the southeast, the one going to the O-Train. And in fact, if you extended the LRT to Trim Road, it would have the same rating as, or maybe even higher rating than the O-Train has. So we need to take a look at that. So in summary, Orleans has transit needs today that other parts of the city may have in 20 years. The Transportation Master Plan calls for flexibility to change transit priorities if there's underfunding or if the growth patterns change or subsequent council decisions. And I'd just like to emphasize that we should not assume right now that we have a preconceived notion of where those priorities should be. If we're going to change the priorities because of for any reason, then we'd like to make sure that the process is again transparent, evidence-based, easily understood and supported by the public, and consistently applied. I'd like to thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hunter. There's some questions, so don't go away, starting with Commissioner Blowis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hunter, for your presentation and your colleagues for being here today to raise some of the concerns in terms of how this would unfold. But I'm trying to understand. I think in your presentation, what you're indicating is a general support or support for transit expansion across the city.
Yes.
But what your concern seems to be, what if it doesn't work out that way, and what if priorities need to be determined, changed, whatever? Is that, am I reading you correctly on this?
Exactly. We're very strongly supportive of the public transit system. We'd like to see all of these expanded and expanded as quickly as possible. The question becomes a budget constraint. Either we accept that we take higher taxes in the future and expand the rapid transit, and I think that we really should consider that. I know it's politically very, very difficult, but it would be an option. On page 36 of the Transportation Master Plan, the rail to the west, south, and east are referred to as not being phased, but rather being a single project. In the 300 pages plus that I tried to go through, the only reference that I could find to the possibility that there's already a pre-assigned priority, there's just one sentence in there. And I just want to make sure that that's not going to drive any reconsideration or reprioritization of projects in advance of a further consideration of which projects would have to go if, and I hope it doesn't happen, but if we have to reassess those priorities.
I think you reference Exhibit 4.1 in terms of perhaps having a preconceived priority or preconceived notion of priorities. And when we get through with the delegations, I would certainly raise that with staff in terms of how we should be interpreting that, and to ensure that that concern can be put aside, because I do think you raise a valid point there.
Yeah, that is the exhibit I'm referring to.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Blowis. Commissioner Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just was confused about your figures a bit, because I'm looking at the TMP right now, and it says that Orleans is going to grow to a population of 143,400, and you said 152,000. And the jobs would go to a 60% increase, which is very, if it happens, it'd be great for Orleans, but it's quite an unusual percentage for what's been happening in Ottawa, to 33,000 jobs. And I look at the western area, and it's going to go to 162,000. That's unchanged from 5 years ago, whereas the Orleans number has been put up for whatever reason that should be. Maybe it should be, but it's 143. And that the jobs would be 62,500 compared to almost double in Orleans. So I'm not arguing about whether Orleans gets it or not, but you said one of the reasons that you need it is you get higher ridership, and the staff tell me you have higher ridership because you don't have the jobs and people have to go to get the jobs. So the two are at battle with each other. I just found it a bit confusing. Where did you get your figures? Because these are the ones right in the report.
Right.
On page 11 of the report, and it says clearly 143.4 for Orleans, 162,000 for the Canada-Stittsville area, 35,800 for Riverside South, and 107,400 for Barrhaven.
Right. The figures on both population and employment are very difficult to get from the city, I'm afraid. If you take a look at the map on the first page of the introduction to the Transportation Master Plan, you'll see how Orleans is defined at that point, and you'll see that it does not include Blackburn Hamlet. Okay, our wards include Blackburn Hamlet. Most common usage of the area would include Blackburn Hamlet. Raynor lives in Blackburn Hamlet. Normally we would include that with the Orleans figures. If you look at the figures you're using for transit, it's the Trans Committee definition of the geographic area, and that does include Blackburn Hamlet. So you have in the report an inconsistency in terms of the geographic areas that you're using for the two sets of numbers. And I would suggest that what you do is you use the Trans Committee definition of the area, and when you do that, you add about 9,000 people to the Orleans figures and about 2,554 jobs currently. plus whatever growth we will see in the future. So I'm glad you brought that up, because it's one that, an area that we've wrestled with and trying to figure out how you present. Second point I'd like to make is that you have to be very, very careful with projections. It's very easy to get into a negative or a logic trap where we think that infrastructure is going to drive growth, so we assume that that growth has taken place. We put our projections out on the basis of that growth and then use that projection to justify infrastructure. So it's a negative or a logic loop that can get you into a lot of trouble. And as we've seen, the projections in the 2008 Transportation Master Plan were very, very wrong. So we just have to be very careful. As an economist, I'll tell you that we don't rely on projections. They are sort of a guidance for us looking forward, but we should not be too hung up on those projections per se.
Yeah. But I think we have to compare apples to apples, because you say it's in the Greenbelt and sort of the East. Well, that same thing is true of in the West End, because you have a very large community that's inside the Greenbelt, not inside the insider part of it. And that's not included and has jobs and things. So they've always taken the Greenbelt outer boundary for those, because so you have apples to apples. Otherwise, we'd have to change the other areas where there are existing communities that could be included. I'm not going to get an argument. It just happens.
No, but I would like to make a comment on that, if I could. The city has very, very good guidelines for determining what becomes an economic sub-area of the city. And those are defined by major dividing features, and that would be rail, roads, rivers, waterways of any kind. So that what you're doing is you're defining an area that logically would work together within that area, and you have a normal flow within that area. If you take a look at Blackburn Hamlet, all of the dividing features lie to the west of Blackburn Hamlet, including most of the Greenbelt, but you've got Greens Creek, you've got the 417, you've got two railway lines on the west dividing that from Orleans. In terms of the precedent, you can only go back 10 years on the precedent and why it's been described this way versus inside the Greenbelt, because Blackburn Hamlet, of course, wasn't part of the city before 2001, and for the 20 years between 1981 and 2001, it was together with the western half of Orleans in the city of Gloucester. So, and if you take a look at the ward structure or the riding structure.
They're just good. I don't need all the detail. What I'm just saying is Bell's Corners in the west is in exactly the same kind of position, and that you could give the same argument. So I don't want to get into an argument. I just think that we have to be a little careful about how we try to position things. Yep. It's not that I'm fighting having you get LRT. I'd like everybody to get LRT. But I think just to justify it on certain things which are using different parameters than you'd use for the other communities is wrong. And I will be asking some questions about staff. I've already let them know this later on, about how we need to evaluate all of them so we have a clear understanding of why it should go to Orleans first, because our communities are saying why, and we need to know the why.
Yeah.
And you're giving some of the argument there, but I want to get staff to do more detail. So thank you.
Actually, we'd like to hear that as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilkinson. And next is Councillor DeBroche.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to try and understand fully the conclusion of the delegation. One of the things that I've heard, especially in the 2010 election after the back and forth that we had on transit on the previous term, was that we should take a citywide view when it comes to making transit and infrastructure investments. And I see that spirit in this plan, that we are going to make investments right across the city and not have a debate on everything goes to the east or everything goes to the south and everything goes to the west. But when I read your presentation, you seem to suggest that we should be doing more for the east at the expense of other regions. So you were, I think, trying to take apart really the justification that we would extend the O train further south to the border of the Riverside South community to deal with their transit needs. Is that your position, that we sort of go off our track from a citywide view and look at doing more for the east at the expense of the other parts of the city?
Very much not, my view. I think we should be looking at a citywide. I think the transit system is going to only work if we take a citywide approach. We need to look at the linkages and make sure that how people flow back and forth between the various areas. The question I'm raising is really one of how do you choose if you have to make difficult choices. If we had the money to do all of it, then I would certainly say go ahead. In fact, I'd be very much in favor of putting more money into the rapid transit system than we currently are looking for. But I know that that's going to be a difficult thing for the city to do, both from its own financial, but also for persuading the other two levels of government to back you. So if you have to make difficult decisions, if you want a political decision that is going to be supportable by the city, it's got to be one that you can lay out in an understandable fashion. It has to be evidence-based. It has to be based on criteria that's publicly debated if you can, and acceptable to people. Everybody's going to be unhappy about the outcome. Everybody's going to feel that they didn't quite get as much as they should have gotten. But if your system is seen to be as clear and transparent and evidence-based as possible, you're more likely to be able to get the public support that you're going to need for these changes. So that's my position, but it's definitely not putting one area against another. My examples on the south was simply because the numbers are different. They're not demonstrated that the numbers are high enough in the south, and we are not only not we've got the 174, but even for the Cumberland Transitway, they're a lot higher.
Okay, so you like this plan, though, is what you're saying?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And you're thinking ahead that once we approve this, in terms of how we ask for funds, you would then prioritize?
Well, I'm worried that if the money's not there, then you have to go into reprioritize.
Okay.
And if you reprioritize, then the question becomes who gets cut off the list.
Okay. And I guess if we didn't, you're aware that if we didn't do an O-train extension to serve the southeast community, which will be some 40,000 people by 2031, not including the rural areas that will be served through that, through Greeley and Osgood and Manotick, we would need to look at having some rapid transit system into the Riverside South community. You're not opposed to that we would make an investment in providing rapid transit to this community, just as every other community has had in the history of the city, whether it be Canada, whether it be the East, or whether it be Barrhaven. They've always started with Southwest Transitway. So I think we're following a principle that that Councillor Blatt espoused as well, saying, well, instead of building a transitway, a BRT, look at whether there's an advantage of doing the rail first. And I think that's kind of what's missing from your analysis there, is that community does not have a rapid transit service going into it. So you're not suggesting that it wouldn't be served at all. You just think that the O-train, that there's not a case for the O-train to serve that community.
Well, you do have a service coming from the Southwest Transitway, and that's a rapid bus system, and that's already in place.
To serve Barrhaven, correct?
To serve Barrhaven, and then you're going to have the linkage to Riverside South over the Strandhurst Bridge.
Okay.
So you do have that option. What we're saying is we only have the one option right now for Orleans. If that falls off the table, then there's a problem for the east.
So do you think that Southwest Transitway has the capacity to serve the 100,000 people of Barrhaven and the 40,000 of Riverside South? Have you thought that through?
Well, I'd ask you the same question with respect to the east. We now have 130,000 in the east. That's a town the size of Kingston or Trois-Rivières or Guelph, Ontario. So we have the same issue, and it's really a question of whether or not we've got the rapid transit systems that support that population as well. Again, this is not pitting one against the other unless budgetary constraints force us to do that.
Okay. Well, it certainly sounds like it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. There are no further questions. We appreciate your input. Before we go to our next speaker, I thought this would be a great time to tell the Transit Commission that the road header is fired up and ready to start today at the Western Portal. So excavation on the LRT is underway momentarily. Thought you would like to know that. Our next speaker is Brad Nixon from the Finley Creek Community Association, followed by David Osgood and/or Marlene Jenkins from the Stittsville Village Association. Morning, Mr. Nixon. You have 5 minutes to address the Commission. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Brad Nixon. I'm the VP of Transportation for the Finley Creek Community Association. I'm here today to speak in support of the recommendation to recommend to extend the O-Train to Leitrim and Bowesville. The Leitrim development area, of which Finley Creek is a part, is home today to 7,000 people. In 2012, Leitrim was the fastest growing part of Ottawa, and in 15 to 20 years, it will be home to 20,000 residents. On top of this, there are 30,000 people in the rural areas south of us. This includes some of Ottawa's largest villages like Greeley, Metcalfe, and Osgood, which will continue to grow. This growth will continue to put pressure on the transportation network in our area of the city, particularly on Albion Road through the Greenbelt. This is why we see the O-Train extension to Leitrim as essential. First, the extension to Leitrim will significantly speed up transit trips from Finley Creek. It currently takes nearly an hour to reach South Keys by transit, even at rush hour, which is much slower than driving at any time of the day. Second, the O-Train extension to Leitrim, being parallel to Albion Road, will take pressure off our road network and defer the need to widen Albion. The location of the Leitrim Park and Ride at Albion and Leitrim is ideal to intercept car trips from the southern communities in Leitrim and Riverside South, as well as places like Metcalfe, Greeley, and Osgood. We understand the desire for the airport to be served by rapid transit, but doing so should not compromise service to the communities further south. As the Rapid Transit Development Report prepared to support this TMP shows clearly, the ridership to and from the airport would be a small fraction of the ridership if it was extended further south. If the O-Train were to be extended to end at the airport, a $120 million transitway to the south would also be required to properly serve Finley Creek and Riverside South. And even this would not deliver as many riders as simply extending the O-Train to Leitrim and Bowesville, which can be done at a far lower cost. At this time, we feel that the O-Train extension to Leitrim and Bowesville is the most logical and realistic path forward for transit to the south, and we urge you to approve the plan in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nixon. There's a question from Councillor DeRoche.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Nixon, for coming here today and for your work on the Finley Creek Community Association, which remains very active, and I think your input today is extremely helpful and gives some firsthand perspective on what's going on in the southeast area of the city. I share your view. I think we have to, as our first focus, deal with the residential growth that's happening in the southeast area. We do not have a transitway. We do have a rapid bus service, but we're starting to see that service being pinched because of the congestion on Albion, on Leicester, on Leitrim. So I agree with you that I think the first phase of that O-Train extension deals with, should deal with the residential growth. And I should add the Airport Parkway, also seeing the pinch there. Perhaps you could highlight your views on what you think the scenario would be if we didn't either do a transitway or an O-Train extension in the first phase of this plan. What's that going to be like to get to the airport, either through Hunt Club or on even an expanded Airport Parkway?
Yeah, I think that one thing we have to remember is, well, first of all, there is no dedicated transit facility at all south of Hunt Club currently on the east side of the river. And also we don't have north-south freeways in the city like we have in east-west Queensway. So what we would end up with is a widened Airport Parkway is more traffic on Bronson, and not building rapid transit to the south, we'd likely have to reopen the Alta Vista Parkway construction, which I don't think people in the more central area of the city would like to see either. So I really think rapid transit to the south is our best option.
Yeah, I share your view. I'm concerned because I think when it comes to the airport, it affects all regions of the city, whether you're getting there from the east or the west or from the Barrhaven community. I think if we don't make the investments that this plan proposes, that we're it's going to get even more difficult to get to the airport. So again, I thank you for your input today. It's very helpful.
Thank you, Councillor DeRoche. Commissioner Wilkinson.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to, I don't know if you remember the 2008 TMP. I had done what I called the Wilkinson option because they weren't listening to me, and that included extending the O train at that time rather than doing it at BRT. So I'm really pleased to see that there as a quick and a very efficient way of providing service. And you have no four-lane highway, do you?
No.
No. So I think one of the things is that in other directions, even though they're very clogged, we at least have them. And so I personally think that this should be one of the very first things we do to get it moving forward, because I think that your community is big enough to need that. So I don't know if you have any, and I also want to just let you know that I do support dealing with all parts of the city to get good transportation systems, and I know, and this, to my mind, is one of the ones that we're missing right now.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I grew up in Canada, so I appreciate your concerns in the west part of the city, but I think there's a tendency for people to underestimate the amount of growth that is going on in the south.
The percentage-wise is huge. Number is not as big as I was amazed at how much growth there was in the West End, and the West has been growing, and South have been growing more faster than the East. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Wilkinson. Seeing no further questions, thank you again, Mr. Nixon, for being here today. Our next speaker is David and/or Marlene Jenkins from the Stittsville Village Association, followed by Robert Brocklebank.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commission members. My name is Marilyn Jenkins, little typo there on the list, and I am the immediate past president of the Stittsville Village Association. Hopefully you all have a copy of our full submission, as it's not my intent to sit here and read that out to you. Rather, I'm here to express our deep, deep disappointment in the West End at the slashing of the BRT system. We haven't been expecting, we don't expect LRT immediately, but in the 2008 we had a full BRT system which disappeared in the latest recommendations. Now, I didn't catch everything that was said earlier about a transit going from Fernbank up to going northward, but I believe it's strictly transit, not part of BRT, if I heard that correctly. I stand to be corrected on that. By your own projections, Stittsville and Canada will have higher population and employment growth than the East End between 2014 and 2031. Indeed, Stittsville alone is expected to more than double its population over the next 10 years. We have the Fernbank and the Canada West developments, two new areas which are being developed around transit corridors. They were to accommodate BRT, which appears now to be taken off the table. Additionally, the residential lots in these two communities are narrower, the setbacks are shorter, and the streets themselves are narrower in an attempt to steer people to public transit. This will fail if the people are not provided with a much better transit system. We understand that a full analysis of transit requirements was done for Orleans, but we also have been told that there was not an equivalent study done for Canada and Stittsville. Our question to you is, why not? There should be such an analysis done prior to this Commission accepting this report as it is. We support transit expansion. We accept, as I said earlier, that we're not going to get LRT right away, much as we would like to have it. But we do feel that the expansion of at least the BRT system should take place at the same time as the further proposed expansions to the East End. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you, and if there's any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jenkins, for being here today. There are some questions for you, starting with Commissioner Wilkinson.
I just wanted to clarify the motion that I'll be putting forward later today will actually start the BRT in the Kanata-Stittsville area by having it run, go off on the service, but then go grade separated along the Queensway to Terry Fox Station. So that'll be a first piece to get things started. And I think we recognize, as all the West End councillors, because we've been meeting together on this, that we can't get it all at once, but it's very important to get things started. So I just wanted you to know that that is in place there, and I'm sure that your councillor will let you know about what's happening in his area as well. But I think we do have to work together to ensure we do keep on providing adequate. I think the biggest problem we have within the Kanata-Stittsville area is the bus service within our area, and that's not part of this TMP, but something we'll be dealing with on a regular basis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilkinson. Commissioner Kadri.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Ms. Jenkins, thank you for coming in this morning to present your thoughts from the Stittsville Village Association. A couple of questions, Ms. Jenkins. One is that you mentioned about possible growth in the Fernbank community, as well as, future jobs in that area. You are aware that there was a community design plan done for the Fernbank community, and it was recommended in terms of the infrastructure for that subdivision, the BRT. Now, what you heard earlier from staff was basically suggesting that the BRT is already taken out, as you can see, but they would make some accommodations on the north-south arterial, which is still in the process or in the works. What are your thoughts on that? Would you rather be just looking for a BRT, or would you be okay with, and not only you, but the community be okay with accommodations made on the north-south arterial for transit?
Well, obviously, we appreciate any improvement to what we saw in the original transit master plan, where literally all of the BRT system was taken off the table for the West End. Our preference, of course, would be an overall improvement, which the BRT system was going to provide to all the residents. The north-south arterial is certainly going to attract people to it, but we still have a very large population west of that, which is not going to be directly serviced. So I think, again, the BRT is our preferred. We certainly acknowledge and welcome any improvement over what was in the TMP that was tabled in October.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins, for your comments, and I will be asking staff later on in terms of the projection numbers that they've used. How did they arrive at those numbers, and why the change from the 2008 plan. So thank you very much for coming in, presenting this morning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Kadri, and thank you again, Ms. Jenkins. Our next speaker is Robert Brocklebank, and Mr. Brocklebank will be followed by Catherine Gardner.
Thank you. You are now asked to sign off on the Transportation Master Plan and its implications for transit in Ottawa. Is it okay? Yes, I guess it's acceptable. Could it be better? Yes, it could. And the purpose of my intervention this morning is to suggest one of many ways it could be improved. Now, to clear the decks, I'm not opposed to the Confederation line. I'm not opposed to the open train, nor am I opposed to the extension of light rail as proposed. All of these are fine objectives. They involve persuading senior governments to come to the table with piles of cash. This is not easy to achieve, and I wish city officials good luck in attempting to secure such funding. What bothers me is the limited attention given to improving the less than ideal transit system we have now. Now, I may misunderstand how City Hall is organized these days, but it seems that the operations of our transit system are only peripherally linked to the light rail project. OC Transpo seems to live on one side of City Hall, while the LRT project lives on the other. I'd ask you to look at the documents for this meeting. As you can see, the recommendations before you call for investment in LRT and extension of the O train. I don't think that's the meat for the Transit Commission. In the Transportation Master Plan, there's periodic mention of a concept known as transit priority. Now, this is nothing new, but it is something like something from Jules Verne, an idea for the future, a concept that the Jetsons will enjoy along with anti-gravity belts. Permit me to quote from the 2003, I emphasize 2003, Transportation Master Plan. That document said, quote, "The city will implement the transit priority network shown on Map A through measures that include or are not limited to the transit priority projects identified in Annex A." How many of the projects identified in 2003 have been put in place over the decade that has rolled by since Council signed on to that commitment? I suspect few, if any, have been realized. Take as an example my favorite, the route I took with my Presto card to come to today's meeting. Bank Street from the Glebe to downtown. This route was designated for transit priority investment in the 2003 plan. It appeared again in the 5-year revision, and it is back in the latest draft of the Transportation Master Plan. Because Bank Street is a transit priority corridor, this means it is viewed through rose-colored glasses when issues of land use planning are considered. It is too bad that it is not so viewed when transit investments are made. So the great issue I bring before Transit Commission today is, prior to signing off on the package before you, please give serious consideration to our relative disinterest in improving the transit system we have now. Not only is it time to get real about transit priority, possibly by amending motions before you to add emphasis to that aspect of the master plan, it may also be timely for a broader discussion about transit issues in Ottawa, a discussion more wide-ranging than that found in the draft transportation plan. Thank you very much, Madam.
And thank you very much, Mr. Brocklebank, for your input. Are there any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, we'll move on to Catherine Gardner, and Ms. Gardner will be followed by Gary Seeley.
Thank you very much.
Can Ms. Gardner have a microphone? The one's on beside her. Can you just switch it to the next? That's it. Okay, Ms. Gardner, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. I do have a presentation, but before I go to that, I would like to address what David James was speaking about, the bridge going to Gatineau. It's my understanding that that bridge is going to be used for pedestrians. Now, how much usage is that going to be used in the wintertime, especially going over the river? It would be, my feeling would be better used for transportation by a train going back and forth. In regards to the transit stations in the West End, I understand that there's going to be a station at 417 in Moody. I live in Bell's Corners, and I don't see how that's going to assist me. Any of the buses in Bell's Corners don't go down to the 417, except the 66 coming from Bridlewood, and that's only Monday to Friday. All of our other buses take another route, so I'm not sure how much that's going to assist us. What I am majorly concerned about is when the construction goes on, how it is going to affect the residents of the various communities. For example, oops, did I just go the wrong way? Okay. For example, in Bell's Corners, we've had major construction, and we were told that this was accessible. Now, this is only one area of the city that we're getting infrastructure changes, but I've had to go after them to get changes. The first slide that you see there, they had a great big mound at the bottom, at the end. We couldn't go there. I got them to flatten it out. That was great, but we still can't use it. Just a minute. Okay, this one here, we have no bus service. So when the construction starts for some of the major renovations for the O train or that, where are people going to be able to use the buses? Yes, we do have a bus stop. It's out on the road. But people who use wheelchairs, we cannot use them because there is no sidewalk for the grade. It's too steep to get on, too steep to get off. This was called accessible. This was accessible. This was accessible. You know, this was our only mode of accessibility until they put that thing in there. Now, we had somebody talking about complete streets or complete sidewalks. This is our sidewalk. This was taken October 7th. Now, although that at the intersection they have fixed that, we're still waiting for the post to be removed so that we can use the sidewalk. That's a brand new sidewalk, October 7th. We still can't get on it. Brand new sidewalk, both areas. Again, we can't use it. That's where the bus stop is, but the bus stop's out on the road because we still can't use it. Now, there was renovations during the summer for the O train. Now we can't use that either. We have to get the operator to hold the doors open because the doors are closing. The lip is too high now that people are getting stranded. I had no trouble finding people getting stranded yesterday. This one here, the door closed on her. As you can see, the driver is having to hold it open, trying to get her up, and now he's having to hold it open and holding onto her wheelchair. That's not their job. This one here, you can't see it very well, but there's a gap between the platform and the train. This is all brand new renovations. Her back wheels are up off the ground. She can't get anywhere. And the driver there is actually holding the button so that she could try to get up. She needed assistance. You know, it's sad, but what is going to happen when the renovations go on, when the light rail comes on? Are they going to be fully accessible right from the get-go? That's our major concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Gardner. Are there any questions? Commissioner Kadri.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Catherine, I want to thank you for your presentation this morning. You know, working with the Accessibility Advisory Committee, they have raised some concerns, and staff did respond to them at the last AAC meeting. Were you okay with those comments that were made? And, I mean, you're bringing out some operational concerns this morning that may not be related to the LRT going forward. Operations concerns, you know, Mr. Manconi deals with them on a regular basis, and you're welcome to bring them either directly to him and or through the AAC. But I didn't hear you, mention any of those concerns at the last AAC meeting. Are these brand new concerns?
I wasn't at the last AAC meeting, I'm sorry.
Okay. So, but I'm just, letting you know that there is an avenue for you to bring out those operational concerns, to have AAC work with the city staff in terms of moving those concerns forward.
Okay. I'm just concerned that some of the infrastructure are not being dealt with for accessibility, and that everybody has their own vision on accessibility. Somebody using a walker may feel that that is accessible, and that's fine. But somebody using a wheelchair may be different from somebody using a scooter. So it's all in different perspectives.
No, I understand that, Catherine, and again, thank you for that. But the AAC already has and will be working continuously with city staff as the program, as the TMP goes forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you again, Ms. Gardner. Next is Gary Seeley, and Mr. Seeley will be followed by Sheila Perry.
My name is Gary Seeley, and throughout the year I attended many meetings on the Transportation Master Plan and the OMP and the IMP, both with the City of Ottawa on the panel and the Federation of Citizens Associations, which conducted consultations on these subjects in the center of the city and the three outlying towns. And and as well with the association of which I'm the president, the Canada Beaverbrook Community Association. But here I'm talking as an individual because the first time that I saw the refined or the current package was on Friday night, and neither I nor a skilled researcher has really been able to assimilate all the hundreds of pages of information in the hours available to us. So we're having meetings again this week in at the association level, and later with the Federation of Citizens Associations. And I don't really know what we're to convey, because at the beginning of the meeting I heard, and I was glad to hear, changes to the substance of the plan, which will make it easier for some, at least, parts of the city to support this. And would it be possible to have, the true plan, the consultation materials updated and revised, so that we can make use of whatever is the current status of the plan? That's my first question. And perhaps should I continue with my other questions? Well, that question is
go ahead and continue. You have 5 minutes, so.
The second question is that I have is that the planning map, page 1, recognizes 4 town centers, but the map on page 14 reduces them to outer suburbs. I don't think this is a valuable approach, with all due respect to the Orleans Economic Committee, because surely one of the purposes of transit should be to build on the economic assets of these towns beyond the Greenbelt. And just by reducing them to suburbs, it doesn't make sense, because they have town centers, and transit is a vital part of the economic effectiveness of this feature. After all, Ottawa prides itself on having not just only government, but also industry, and, for instance, Canada brings billions into the local economy. So, and there seems to be, but again, I'm speaking about the unrevised consultation materials that I've had, that the Transportation Master Plan largely ignores or fails to serve the vast and valuable and current and growing employment in Canada, and link it to the residential areas. So people have to take their cars because there's nothing available. Even those people who are working poor do not have largely a way of getting to work. So, and there's a question, to what extent and under what conditions does the TMP facilitate the aging and arriving populations, the non-working age, to live in their own homes affordably? And what is the motivation for not using now the existing rail right-of-ways for limited access rapid transit? And what are the aesthetic objectives for transportation, the roads, paths, ways appropriate to Ottawa as the national capital? And my last question, in the overall, will Ottawa be spending more total tonnage of CO2 or less as a result of this plan? Has a preliminary audit been done? How does the plan, to what extent, and under what conditions, facilitate the goal and responsibility of the city for affordability, including affordability for the aging and working poor? Is serving sites of affordable housing a goal? Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you very much, Mr. Seeley, for being here. I'm not sure if you're familiar with our rules, but normally we ask the questions and you provide input. So you've posed a number of questions. I'm sure some of the commission members will take them up with staff when we get there. Just the first one on the updated materials. This is a transit meeting that whose role is to recommend to the Transportation Committee. When we get to Transportation Committee, I'm given to understand that the public consultation materials and all the updated materials will be available at that time.
So, Madam Chair, just a quick question. Does that mean that there will be nothing available this week for us to share with our populations with which we're meeting?
I believe the materials are going to be tabled on Friday. Yeah, Friday. So thank you very much. Is there any questions? Commissioner Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Gary. the motion I'm being passing today is, you have to remember that this is, the draft of the Transportation Master Plan was tabled a few weeks ago, and it was available online from that. And until we prove it at Council, it's still a draft. So asking us for what the plan is going to be is still not going to be finalized until Council approves it, because there could be other changes made by other councillors along the line. And today what we're doing is we are recommending to the Transportation Committee, that has the final authority for all of it, including transit, to approve. So that is on the 15th. So that at that time you can address all transportation issues, not just the transit. This is just because the Commission is separate, that we're dealing with the transit routes themselves. So certainly you can get a copy of this motion once it's if it's passed by this committee, to have for your meetings later this week, and or in any other things we passed today. But again, there'll be recommendations to the Transportation Committee as opposed to formal changes. Well, your other questions I can answer with you, which I discuss with you offline.
Thank you for your clarification. It helps.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Seeley. Our next speaker is Sheila Perry. Morning, Ms. Perry. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. As Gary has mentioned, the previous speaker, I've been quite involved along with the Federation of the Community Associations and as president of Overbrook Community Association and various groups, but I am speaking as an individual this morning and supporting what is before you, but I do have some comments I'd like to share, some highlights, and some also other considerations. First of all, the vision, I think, is really, really important. I'm thrilled to see that kind of thinking of a whole city of Ottawa. The amalgamation certainly has proven to be a big challenge on a bigger and wider scale. And the other thing, just as an aside, I really do like the logo thinking, because there's an equity approach to that. The logo identifying pedestrian, cycling, car, transit, and bus and LRT. The other part of the focus in all of this is the east, west, south, specifically to Orleans, but needs to Cumberland, which I'd like to address, and the west to Bayshore, but obviously huge needs for Canada and Stittsville, and the south approach. All of this to say it's supporting an approach to complete communities, and obviously the cycling, pedestrian, and healthy areas that can be derived out of that. I like the connectivity and the nodes that are identified, and the ideas of some of the park and ride ideas as well. Some of the concerns overall, I'd like to just address the people part of this, the affordability, which gets into the finer details, and that is a challenge. And how do we really, really attract people to make it so easy for them to take the transit? Another factor is the reliability, not just LRT, but OC Transpo. When there is a reliability with rapid transit, you will see your ridership, you will see the confidence, versus somebody jumping in a car and making an easier trip from Canada to downtown versus OC Transpo. So those are challenges. The data-driven elements, I think, are critical for any of the decision-making. And the funding, obviously, is the big picture. Thoughts on that? I've seen some success with places like Vancouver, where there is a surtax on the gas, which is directly derived some dollars locally. Creative supports, and along with, obviously, working towards federal and provincial financing. The east, west, south, I want to just, there have been speakers earlier who have addressed some of these things. The areas of high growth and the stats related to that, I think, are so important to address. And that is the development, the Findlay Creek, the Stittsville growth. And similarly, what we're hearing and in talking with people in Cumberland who are facing the same. So that's a long range, but not necessarily LRT could be a good reliable public transit. The airport, I was really pleased to hear that today, and that there is discussion on that and a vision for this, because if we are a nation's capital, we want to be looking at a worldwide classification. Maybe we should offer or go for a bid in the Olympics like the Vancouver did, or they got their big Canada line. Anyway, in summary, a couple of things. Gatineau-Ottawa links are really, really important in the rapid transit, and using some of the train links that are already, or lines that are existing. A couple of other thoughts are, and of course this leads more into transportation generally, but the ride and sharing, the bike sharing, and the car sharing concepts. So all in all, I think there is a good roadmap or a good plan that is coming forward, but there are a lot of pieces and details that need to be worked out. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Perry. Are there any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, that ends the public delegations. It's 10 after 12. I was going to propose we take a lunch break before we move to questions to staff. We came back at 1 o'clock. Would that be good? Yep. Okay, so we'll extend recess till 1 o'clock. Okay, there is a quorum in the room, and I don't want to lose quorum this afternoon, so I think we're going to get started. And the first member of the Transit Commission is Commissioner Crew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't really have any questions for staff, but just wish to make a little bit of a statement about my view of the plan as it's before the Commission. Unfortunately, I need to leave this afternoon to attend a funeral, so I will unlikely still be able to be around for any actual vote. It seems to me that the approval of something like a transportation master plan or its recommendation to the Transportation Committee and to Council really goes to the heart of my role as a citizen commissioner, in that I don't sit here as a representative just for River Ward, but as a citizen with a view to the operation of a system for the city as a whole, as Councillor DeRoche mentioned, with really a citywide view. To that end, I do recognize that the plan that we're being asked to recommend is an ambitious one, and I do certainly have some concerns over how quickly this body has been asked to approve it. I think some more time on where it came from and how all the local commissioners feel about it would have been a valuable exercise. At the same time, I'm not entirely sure that there's anything wrong with a level of ambition. I've heard that the provincial government is currently interested in approving transit plans, not just projects, and I think that certainly the plan that we bring forward does that. Secondly, this plan simultaneously addresses the concerns of councillors to the east, to the south, and to the west. But to that end, I hope that the plan can be open and be responsive to changes. One of the things that I recognize is that there are aspects of the 2008 Transportation Master Plan that have disappeared, and I'm not sure for that, or the reason for that. But I do see that as things go forward, any plan that's going to be effective needs to be responsive to changing needs. So I hope as the local councillors speak up with how this plan impacts, to the Transportation Committee and to Council as a whole, I do hope that there will be some responsiveness to changes that local councillors feel are necessary. With regard to criticisms of the plan, the primary ones that I seem to have heard today are that the immediate plan doesn't go to the airport or over to Gatineau. But I do note that both of those elements are still in the ultimate network concept. In addition, with regard to the spur to the airport, and in light of the motion being brought forward by yourself, or the initiative being brought forward by yourself and Councillor Eglai and the Mayor, to at least complete that environmental assessment at this time, I think is a very, very wise one. I'm certainly in support of that. Overall, I do think that it makes sense to first pursue support for the growing communities where we already have transportation demand, and I do think that this plan addresses those needs. So were I around, I would likely, for the vote, be in support of it. I do recommend, to this group that we recommend it to the Transportation Committee and to City Council as well, with those comments that, once again, I think a little bit more considered time in advance with some more background information and with the need for us to all understand we're approving a plan, but we're not putting in place today a funding arrangement or a mandate to anyone, so that there can be some revisions for that as need be in the future. Subject to those comments, I would be in support of the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Crew. Commissioner Blowis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have a number of questions, but before I ask those questions, I do want to say I think overall this is a very solid plan. It's a very fulsome plan, but there are concerns with some of the details, and usually that's where we get ourselves into the nitty-gritty once we dig down into the details. So I want to ask staff some questions, and I want to, at the risk, of course, of getting some of my colleagues from other parts of the city riled up here, and not that I'm unhappy to see Councillor DeRoche leaving, because he might be one of the ones who gets riled up. There were some in the presentations earlier on, especially the one that came from Orleans that Mr. Hunter made. There was the issue of the statistics that were being used that were driving some of the recommendations, specifically on population and on employment. And I think Mr. Hunter is well placed to make some of his observations as a former chief statistician, economist in the federal government. And he's raised this before as part of the official plan, and it was raised with some of the staff in the planning department. And I think there's always been this underlying nagging thought that these numbers may be driving things. let's say, counter to the real facts. So if one of you wants to respond to that to start with.
Thank you, Councillor, for that. I was following the discussion with Mr. Hunter earlier, and the discussion revolved around Exhibit 2.1 and how we were portraying Beacon Hill, Blackburn Hamlet within the numbers for Orleans. And it should be noted that we have a very robust transportation modeling software put together. It has over 600 different traffic zones. And so the numbers are parsed down to a much finer detail, and our modeling looks at all of the different transportation flows from different traffic zones to other traffic zones, and all of that was part of our decisions with the recommendations going forward. So the recommendations are based on the model and the outputs of the model rather than just how it was graphically presented in Exhibit 2.1.
And I'll buy into that, but I do think at some point, Ms. Shepherd, I think you and your staff need to go back and look at those numbers, because we sat down with your statisticians, and at one point it became very clear that there were employment numbers and population numbers that were missing, and that presented a completely different picture. And I'm not saying that skews what we're seeing before us now, but certainly I think that needs to be corrected. Let me move on. The choice of corridors that was being made in various areas, and again, I think in fairness to the delegations that came forward, all of them were very supportive of this, the big picture, taking the wholesome approach here as opposed to singling out any one area. This is contingent, of course, on affordability. That's the buzzword for the TMP. And if the money were not to be forthcoming, I think we're actually being very soft on our ask, because I look at what's happening in other cities, and I keep saying what's happening in Toronto, Hamilton, Kitchener, Waterloo. Their ask is far greater than ours. They're getting a far higher percentage than we are. But assuming that the funding formula doesn't work out the way it's anticipated here, in Exhibit 4.1, is there already an underlying priority set out that would basically cause us concern?
Exhibit 4.1 is a summary of the technical results from the evaluation of all the different corridors identified in the Rapid Transit and Transit Priority Network. So we rated all the corridors based on ridership, based on land use density, population and employment within an 800-meter radius around stations, as well as the capital cost per kilometer of each of those projects. So based on that high-level technical evaluation, then the projects presented in Exhibit 4.1 are on decreasing order of priority.
But are you telling me, and I want to be really clear on this because it may generate emotion, are you telling me that the order that's laid out there, if we were to change, if the TMP were to fall off the tracks, pardon the pun, that would be the order that we would proceed in? Because you're telling me it's very high level. I think you need to go back to the drawing board and say, let's evaluate what needs to happen. Where is the ridership? What is the business case here? And that was already in the previous TMP. We laid that out very clearly in terms of for instance, the Cumberland Transit Corridor, that we didn't want to go to BRT. We wanted to go that extra step ahead and avoid the throwaways. So if you're telling me that is the predetermined order, then I think I would move a motion saying that we go back to the drawing board if that were ever to happen.
Madam Chair, what Colin has referred to is that order that's listed in Exhibit 4.1. He said they're generally in order of priority, but we have a plan that is a singular plan, and we're not, in terms of relative priorities of one over the other, that's not what we're here to talk about today. We're putting forward a plan that we think in its totality balances the needs east, west, and south, and will provide return on investment, as well as, you're, as the Transit Commission, that you understand that these ones did meet the test of being able to reduce your operating costs per passenger traveling once they're in place.
I guess what I'm saying, though, is that would cause me some grief, in the sense that if the plan in its totality doesn't work out, is that the fallback position? If it is the fallback position, it should be reevaluated at that point. In other words, I'm not saying reevaluate it now, but don't make that the automatic fallback. And if it takes a motion to do that, I'll put the motion forward. And because things do change, and I won't mention some of the projects that were in previous TMPs that have disappeared because that'll come up at transportation. But we don't want to be in that position where we suddenly you waive this the TMP document and say, hey, here's what you supported. So if it takes a motion to change that, I'll move the motion.
Madam Chair, the references generally, but we did not take the time to go through and really push what the priorities are, and we did that very deliberately. I think you're absolutely right, Councillor, that when and if you get an amount of money that maybe is not sufficient, that's when Council would make the determination as to where you might invest that money.
But not at such a high level, at a more detailed, more intricate level. Okay. My next question deals with the choice between the two corridors in Orleans, and certainly I have some concerns with the choice that's being recommended here. Can you walk me through, and I'm looking at what previously was laid out, and we talked about a business case that supports rail investment based on ridership, capital, operating costs, and I know you've tried to capture that. But the ridership I see in the long run is actually greater in the South Corridor, the Cumberland Corridor, than it is in the 174. And ultimately, and I think you're comparing apples and oranges, where you're trying to go further in the South Corridor than you are in the 174 corridor, and you're leaving all the employment lands potentially undeveloped, and which runs contrary to our official plan. If you can walk us through that.
Yes, Councillor, I'd be pleased to do that. I'm referring to the background report and the technical memo we did on this LRT extension to Orleans, and it's true, it's very comparative in terms of the net new riders along the 174 corridor versus the corridor south of Innis. In terms of risk, though, and in terms of overall cost, we did compare comparative extensions to both Place d'Orleans versus an extension on the south to Trim Road, and it would cost approximately $300 million additional capital dollars to go to Trim Road on the south alignment. As well, for the operating costs, it would increase operating costs by close to $5 million per year along the southern corridor, and there would be some marginal cost savings along the north corridor. Those are the two big considerations, as well as the risk associated with building the corridor along the southern alignment. It's tied to growth projections for that area that translate into ridership, while we currently already have the ridership on the 174 corridor up to 10,000 riders per hour at the busiest point. So the risk is reduced, there's less capital cost, and there's less operating cost annually.
Madam Chair, I know my time is up. If I could just complete on this, and I'll go back on the list for the other questions. But just to follow up on this, I'm looking at, and it's your table 4.1 under the Orleans Rapid Transit scenario, and I'm looking at the, and I'm assuming we're not planning the system for 2023. We're planning for 2031 and beyond. And when I'm looking at the growth that's happening in one corridor versus another, first of all, on the 174 corridor, you're basically going to be taking what's very high ridership, and I think it deserves that recognition. You're going to move all those folks from one type of vehicle onto another. In the meantime, you have the employment lands that are waiting to be developed, or have been waiting to be developed forever, that aren't being developed because the infrastructure's never been there, neither for transportation nor transit, and that land will sit there undeveloped forever, not forever and ever, but continually undeveloped, which runs completely contrary to all the principles that we've ever laid out. So, Ms. Shepherd, I think I have to put this back to you. Why would we run against the prevailing notions that we've always put out there about trying to develop our employment lands and trying to develop them around transit, and yet we're doing the complete opposite?
So, Madam Chair, if I might, take a look at the plan that's in front of you, and essentially we're continuing what you started with the Confederation line. We're actually enhancing the service where the ridership exists and where we know that that the ridership exists at the point that it becomes cost effective to give a higher order service. So converting from buses to rail. So the corridor in the north is a known entity. It has very high ridership. It too has employment opportunities along that corridor, and we feel and we believe that by having the rail in the northern corridor, you will see development there. That being said, I will reiterate that in terms of the discussion between the north and the south, staff did take a long time looking at the pros and cons, and essentially it really landed on a couple of things. One being the overall cost. The cost to Orleans fit within the affordable envelope. It was the ridership which contributed to, and you'll recall the last time we had the need for business case, it contributed to the fact that from day one you're going to actually be able to realize operational savings because you actually have the ridership there. So those were the biggest tipping points for us, and as you well know, the Ultimate Network does continue to show BRT on that southern corridor, which we do see within the Ultimate Network as ultimately evolving into a very fulsome east-west BRT corridor that at some future date, of course, could be converted to rail way off in the future. So, and BRT on that corridor is actually very similar to other areas of the city that we've developed and been able to implement short sections of BRT because it is such a flexible system. You can focus on choke points, you can take buses and put them on transitway, take them off onto roads that are not congested. So from our perspective, having the southern corridor as BRT is the best option for council because you can cost effectively implement it in a very flexible way going forward, and ultimately it can be part of an east-west BRT system.
So my last question, I know but it's on the same issue. It's on those two corridors. But we've done the EA that was done for the Cumberland Transit Corridor actually included the provision for LRT. The other corridor doesn't have an EA done yet. There's no EA was ever brought forward, no EA was ever presented, and somehow, and I don't know if it's IVI that came up with these numbers for you, somewhere along the way though, somebody early on must have determined we want to go this other corridor because we can do it for $500 million versus 800 and some odd million, and yet over the longer term, if you start looking at beyond 2031 or 2031 and beyond, the numbers don't support that. And we're throwing away all the future transit-oriented development that's possible in the new corridor.
Okay, Councillor, I'm going to hold you there.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
But I will go back on the list.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bowes. Commissioner Egley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We've heard a lot of positive things here this morning about the plan, and that builds on a lot of the feedback that we got at the open houses that we had over the last few weeks. But there are a couple of consistent themes that have come forward where people have raised concerns. One is about the airport, and as the chair pointed out, there's movement being made on that, and we're going to meet and discuss with the airport and see what we can do in that regard. But the other one that came out this morning and that we've heard at some of the open houses was in around Stittsville and the BRT plan that was in place in 2008. And I guess I have a two-part question for you. I'm not sure, Ms. Shepherd, who this goes to, but the first part of the question is, what's changed between 2008 and today that particular proposal is no longer in the TMP? And the second piece of the question is, what are we doing to address that gap, if anything?
Thank you, Councillor. That segment and all of the segments that are in the 2008 TMP are in this TMP in Map 1, which shows our ultimate network concept and for which we're looking to implement over the fullness of time. So those corridors continue to be in the TMP, and they'll be in the official plan as well, and we're going to continue to protect for all of those corridor alignments and station locations. What's different with this TMP is an affordability analysis. Previously, it was a predict and provide approach. This time, we're putting an affordability layer on top of this and to identify how much the city can afford to spend on this type of infrastructure. So we've evaluated all of the rapid transit corridors and transit priority corridors based on several criteria, as I've mentioned: ridership, land value uplift in terms of density, and cost per kilometer. And when you look at the Fernbank community in particular, the north-south arterial there, our ridership projections for that BRT segment is approximately 1,500 riders during the peak period. So our technical recommendation is that type of volume can be accommodated either on-road and mixed traffic with transit priority measures, and particularly given that corridor with the 3 park and ride facilities planned along there, it would be wise to ensure the buses continue to operate efficiently. So we're recommending to include $4.5 million of transit priority measures along that future north-south corridor, transit signal priority along all 10 intersections, as well as additional funds for possible queue jumps at those intersections. And then we'll do another finer-grained analysis when we get closer to implementation to see if it should be peak hour bus lanes on one of those 4-lane arterials, or if it should be a mix of other intersection treatments. So those are the reasons why the differences between the 2008 plan and this plan with respect to that corridor.
In terms of the measures that you talked about, the $4.5 million, that sounds like it talks to the efficiency of the bus getting from point A to point B. As the population increases in that area, as was pointed out by some of the speakers this morning, and I'm sure will be pointed out by my colleague as well, is there also a plan not only to increase efficiency but also to increase frequency, well, not frequency, but the number of buses that we're going to utilize to service that growing population?
That would be part of the servicing plan done by OC Transpo, and the TMP is identifying the infrastructure. And as demand grows for transit, then OC's Transpo serviceability guidelines would kick in terms of the delivery and the number of buses and the frequency of the buses along the corridor.
Okay, thank you for that.
Is that it, Commissioner? Thank you, Commissioner Eglak. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few questions for staff. I note on page 2 of the main report that there's a recommendation to do an environmental assessment to extend LRT from Blair to Trim, rather than just to Place d'Orleans. Can I assume this is done on the future hope that we will extend that LRT out to Trim?
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. I certainly commend staff for proposing LRT to Orleans on such an ambitious schedule. I think it'll go a long way to cementing the transit ridership out of Orleans and addressing a very difficult traffic situation in the east. I note that the park and ride facility at Place d'Orleans is already overcrowded. I hear a lot about this. I don't think I see here any plans to expand park and rides in the area. LRT, being a magnet for ridership, might compound the existing problem I'm worrying. Is there any measures being considered to address this?
There's a number of new park and ride facilities that's part of implementation, not the affordable plan, not specifically at the Place d'Orleans location, although in Orleans there is the future Chapel Hill Park and Ride that's planned in the south of Innis area, but there aren't any plans for additional new park and rides specifically with Place d'Orleans.
Would expanding the number of gold permits offered at Place d'Orleans be a sensible way to manage traffic going into the area?
Madam Chair, that's something that operationally we'd have to look at and strike that appropriate balance in terms of demand.
Okay. Thank you. Now, for most areas of the city in the plan here, it's quite clear the route that city staff are thinking commuters can take to get into the downtown, but coming from Barrhaven, I'm a little bit confused. We have the 95 currently that we could take up to Baseline, where the LRT will be, the 99 to Beauceville to catch the O train, and if I'm correct, the 94 would take us to both. It's mentioned several times in the variety of reports that we received that Council asked staff to develop a rapid transit option to get users from Barrhaven to Bayview via Riverside South. But in the Rapid Transit and Transit Priority Development Report, it refers to the Western LRT to Baseline as an invaluable connection to the downtown for residents of Barrhaven, among other areas. So in terms of the staff and network concept, which route are Barrhaven commuters supposed to take to downtown under this scenario, O-Train or the LRT?
Well, route choice is also an important trip planning criteria as well, so there'd be multiple options for residents there. Our plan includes transit priority along Earl Armstrong from Bowesville over to the Barrhaven Town Centre with the opening of the new with the new Strandherd Armstrong Bridge. So there would be intersection isolated transit priority measures along Earl Armstrong, as well as continuous bus lanes along Chapman Mills into Barrhaven Town Centre.
So there's not envisaged any reduction in the 95 service or the 94 service, and in fact an increase in the 99 service?
If I might, those kinds of decisions are quite premature. I think that would be a decision that OC Transpo would make when the infrastructure is in place, and very much depending on how on the ground you see the demand lines. So again, being very responsive to where they see people are choosing to go, because once the infrastructure is there, people will change their travel patterns, and other routes and other frequencies might better suit their needs.
I understand it might be premature from the staff's perspective, but in terms of how much noise I might want to make on LRT not going to Barrhaven, it's certainly relevant now. I do note that the O-Train route would require commuters to take 2 transfers to get downtown, one at Bowesville and again at Bayview, while LRT would only require 1. So my expectation would be that commuters would lean towards that option, but of course depends on how the express routes are laid out at the time as well. I looked at there was a few snapshots of the TMP going around on various areas of the city, and the one is for South Ottawa indicates that the Nepean Woods Park and Ride is to open in late 2013. However, it was reported by, I believe, by Councillor Desroches and in the media that it wouldn't be opening before 2014. When exactly is it supposed to open?
Madam Chair, I'm just going to look to Pat Scrimger if he's got any current updates on the timelines.
Madam Chair, I believe the question was, when does the Nepean Woods Park and Ride lot open? That's in the hands of Infrastructure Services Department to build right now. The latest information we have is they're aiming for an opening by the end of this year.
Okay. Yeah, the TMP snapshot indicated fall of 2013, which we're already well into, and looking at it, it doesn't seem ready to open, so I wanted to clarify that. Now, I know having the O-Train go across through the Strandherd Armstrong Bridge to Barrhaven Centre was not possible due to the nature of its design. Are staff able to provide a ballpark figure of what it would cost to instead extend the planned baseline station LRT line out to Barrhaven Centre, just so I have those numbers in front of me?
If you could, we'll look at that numbers now, but I can tell you that as part of our work, we were assigned to look at the rapid transit solution from Barrhaven to Bayview, and the options to fully electrify the north-south line from Bayview down to Riverside South, and then provide the bus rapid connection in from there to Barrhaven Town Centre was the solution as part of our recommended package. And to electrify the north-south line is approximately $1.1 billion. That doesn't include the connection to Gatineau, but does include a connection to the airport. So it would be that plus the conversion of bus rapid transit between Riverside South and Barrhaven, which I'm not sure we've costed as part of our network concept plan. So I can tell you this, that it's at 1.1 billion plus 85 million to provide light rail from Bayview to Riverside South with a BRT connection from Riverside South to Barrhaven Town Centre.
Right, so staff's recommendation, looking in the far-off future, is to have LRT reach Barrhaven by way of the Strandherd-Armstrong Bridge, not from Baseline Station.
So the ultimate network that was shared with you would show the extension of the LRT from Baseline south into Barrhaven. So that would be electrified light rail continuing south in some future ultimate network.
Is the estimated cost of that into the billion-dollar range as well, as was the other line?
That's correct. A very high-level ballpark figure would be 1.2 to 1.5 billion for that.
Thank you. Now, in the general project list, I had trouble finding really a specific timeline of the date that each of these various upgrades, I'm talking about Annex A in a draft TMP, but in terms of the dates that each of these various upgrades to our transit network would come online, there's lots of lists of projects, but not really timelines. Is this along the same lines of what Councillor Lewis was asking in terms of the lack of prioritization of the various projects?
Madam Chair, so the list of projects that's included is not prioritized. That's that table 4.1, and it really does depend on when we might receive funding from federal and provincial governments in terms of the timing, and in addition, it will depend on the approval of budgets on an annual basis.
And staff feel it's feasible to have such a flurry of activity happening all within I guess we're looking at a 9-year or less time frame, that entire list, under the affordability?
And Madam Chair, just to clarify, in terms of the transit priorities, those have been prioritized and have been assigned a timetable which is not included in here, but we're quite prepared to share with you in terms of the investment over the period out to 2031.
Right. Now, finally, page 23 of the main report we got on the TMP, just for clarification here, it indicates that a reason to support full LRT to Bayshore in Stage 2 is that it will attract a higher ridership due to the elimination of a transfer at Lincoln Fields for downtown travelers. Now, unless I'm mistaken, both the 96 and 97 already go direct to downtown from Bayshore. There's no transfer at Lincoln Fields. So can you help me? What exactly am I missing here?
So the comment relates to travelers from Canada coming in, that if the BRT is connected through to Lincoln Fields, they would have to transfer there to go down to carry on downtown. With the extension to Bayshore, their trip on a bus would end there, and they would transfer there to the light rail system.
Okay, so this was under a hypothetical future scenario, not the way it is currently.
That's the way it would be with the plan Stage 2 implemented.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, congratulations. I think there's a lot of work in this, and what you'd think I'd be super happy with Stage 1 because I have 2 nodes in my ward, and even though I have no nodes in Stage 2, there is a major impact in my area depending which corridor we go. So in the proposed look, it looks like if this goes out to Place d'Orleans, there's 4 stops. You're going to see a spoken hub model that's going to support that. So I guess it's a bit of a comment is, you know, whatever can remove the most bus traffic out of the Blair station is good for me. I'm looking out for congestion in my area. So is there a point in time where we're going to sit down to get that full picture? I think that's what people are kind of missing, is when is this spoken hub model for our bus routes and what nodes they would connect to going to come out? I think that's really going to weigh into the conversation because the northern route, in my opinion, is going to pull lots of people out of going to Blair Station as a bus. If we did a southern route through the Blackburn area, I think there might be less opportunity and you'd still see a lot of Orleans buses coming to the Blair Station, which is a concern for me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pat Scrimger and his team are currently doing that macro planning as to what the bus system will look like when Confed Line opens. And then the same principles obviously would be applied to any extension. And there's a long list of things that we need to assemble in terms of what's the macro transfer point look like, how does that all fit in, with the goal of being that experience is very easy and customer friendly. Transit Commission will be receiving all that in the future, and there's also incremental steps to that, such as the fare gate strategy that looks at how we get people through those transfer points very, very quickly. The goal is to make it seamless for the customer and very, very easy and friendly, and there's some good best practices out there that we're adopting to do that. So we've got some pieces of the puzzle, but there's still a lot of work to be done in that.
Okay, so I think that's basically saying if the first segment opens in 2017, that first segment from Blair to Herdman, for example, at the exhibition phase of what we're going to see, and then by 2018 the full system's in play. Are we going to see the spoke and hub discussion happen before 2017 to be able to connect to that new shorter line, or is that going to be left out of the picture until the full line's complete?
You would see the plan, and then we'd have a phased implementation based on where we are on the 2017. So absolutely, you'd see all that information ahead of time.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Tierney. Commissioner Cadre.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and to staff and to Ms. Shepherd, thank you for all your hard work on this plan. And as you heard on the table, that there are some concerns. And as I expressed my concerns in one of the meetings that we had about the Fernbank lands in terms of the change from the 2008 to today's TMP plan. The first question I have for you is, in the CDP for Fernbank, the BRT was part of that CDP. What has changed from when that was put into play to today? Why did that BRT not be included in this TMP?
Councillor, I think we addressed this earlier, where the BRT facility is in the TMP. It's identified in Map 1 of the TMP for future implementation. What's changed is an affordability analysis and how that BRT segment matches up against all the other rapid transit infrastructure needs throughout the city, where we've assessed them based on ridership and cost and land value, or land value uplift in terms of density projections along those corridors.
Thank you for that, Mr. Simpson. But yes, you did address that question earlier. My concern is that in terms of the CDP that was put forward, that was based on some projected numbers for that community to be growing. What has changed from the discussions that happened through the CDP that you may be aware of to today in terms of the discussion for the TMP? Is it, the affordability? Is it the ridership? You see less numbers coming out of that subdivision. And the follow-up question to that would be, the people that are already moving into that community, they're expecting the system that was on the CDP to be in play. Yet today we're telling them, oh yeah, it will be in play as you suggested earlier, but it's not going to be in play from the time frame that they were expecting it to be, and it's gone beyond the 2031 timeline.
If I might, I'll start by talking about the CDP. The CDP was a plan that is for full build-out in that community. So it revolves around that community when it is fully built out. And that full build-out of that community is not expected to happen until post-2031. So the BRT system, as with a number of other areas of the city where we have bus rapid transit plans, and we're protecting for them, and we'll continue to protect for them based on a future need. But in terms of the affordability, what we looked at was assessing each of the segments based on the value proposition, so their cost and their ridership, and the level of settlement and the level of development that would have occurred in the planning horizon. And so based on that, and Colin can speak to the specifics for that segment and why it is definitely still in the plan. We expect it will be built at some point in time, but why it did not make it into the early priorities that would be built before 2031.
Anything to add, Mr. Simpson?
I would only point to page 36 of the Transportation Master Plan, third paragraph there. indicates that ongoing monitoring will occur with this plan, that if communities do not develop at the pace projected, some projects may be required later. Conversely, if other communities develop faster, some projects will be required sooner. And this is a 5-year update, and as we move closer to 2031, we'll be reevaluating growth projections and how growth has occurred, and we'll be reevaluating all the corridors at that time again.
Thank you. In terms of the north-south arterial that was discussed earlier through a question from one of my colleagues about having that go forward, and my understanding on that north-south arterial that it is a front-ending agreement, at least for phase 1. And what my question is, did we consider any kind of a front-ending agreement for the BRT running through the Fernbank lands? Did we approach the developers on that?
Madam Chair, there has been discussions in terms of the phase 1. I would think in terms of front-ending phase 2 that it would have, up to this time, would have been premature to do that. So my sense is that no, we have not had discussions on front-ending with the, if you will, the second phase of the north-south arterial.
Thank you for that, Mr. Moser. And that would be my concern, that we went ahead and changed this TMP from the 2008 TMP without, in my case, without looking at all of the options that were on the table or could have been on the table. And one of those options that we discussed in our meeting was maybe it was a localized levy. I mean, this is a brand new community. It's a greenfield development that we're expecting 30,000 people to move into. Why would we not look at all of those options before we decided to say, well, we can't afford, or it's not affordable in terms of the BRT being put in that, within the 2031 timeframe? And one of those options, like I just said, could have been the localized levy, or could have been, local improvement charges that could have been put onto this community.
Madam Chair, if I might, we looked at prioritizing all of the segments based on the value and the ridership. And for the north-south arterial, and what Colin spoke to in his presentation, we are now recommending transit priority. But the modeling within the planning period would show that that arterial road that does connect to park and rides along, the park and rides that are planned along that corridor will actually be operating at a level of service that your transit service should be able to operate with some transit priority at a very high level of service on that north-south arterial. So our recommendation is to include transit priority in the early days, and yes, at some point in time that road will be so congested that you will want to move to a BRT. We don't believe it's prudent to make those investments until the community really needs them. They come with operating costs in terms of additional snow removal and all the rest that goes with having more infrastructure assets in your inventory. So that's where staff came from in terms of the recommendations in front of you today.
Thank you for that, Ms. Shepherd. And so, with your comments, you're suggesting that you are leaving the 3 park and rides that are on the CDP in the Fernbank lands to be utilized through the north-south arterial for immediate, or not immediate, but for near future, and the BRT to be included in the long-term future.
That's correct, Councillor. Those 3 park and rides continue to be on the affordable network.
Okay. One further question on that is, in terms of the north-south arterial that we've talked about, phase 1, as Mr. Moses just mentioned, is that a 2-lane phase 1, or is that a 4-lane phase 1 north-south arterial?
That early investment between Fernbank and Abbott is a 2-lane road investment. It's a 4-lane investment north of Abbott Road up to Hazeldean as a phase 2 project.
And in the TMP, it is identified as 4 lanes going north from Abbott to Hazeldean.
Yes, it does, Councillor.
Thank you. In terms of the public that's moving into the Fernbank, and I think I asked that earlier, what is the response to them other than just say wait before you move in? Because some of the people, like I said to you at our meeting, were there saying, we're buying homes in this community based on a transit service. they would like a BRT, but obviously they're not getting a BRT, but they're getting a north-south arterial. Is that what the response should be to them? And I'm not asking you to create a response for me. I'm just asking the question in terms of that I want to make sure that 5 years from today, we're not making changes and affecting that community drastically like we have in today's plan.
The plan before you today indicates that there will be good quality transit in the Fernbank community with transit priority measures along not only the north-south arterial but along Hazeldean as well. So at this point in time, with our modeling, it shows that the buses can operate in mixed flow with transit priority measures and provide a good quality of service for the residents in that community.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Kadri. Commissioner DeRoche.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a few questions. I'll have a few more at Transportation Committee when we deal with the report in its entirety. I'm wondering if you could just comment on page 31 of the report that refers to the $3.9 billion envelope in which we have transit, roads, cycling standalone, pedestrian standalone, multi-use pathways. So we have $724 million for the road network. How much of that road network would represent an improvement in pedestrian and an improvement in cycling? Because we're going to get into this often rhetorical, high rhetoric that, no, don't invest anything in roads, put it all in transit, when in fact, given the makeup of our city, the TMP shows that many are short trips from suburb to inner suburb to outer suburb, that the road network is going to be important for providing transit, improving cycling, and pedestrians. So do we have some breakdown as to what that $724 million, how many of those would actually contribute overall to cycling and pedestrian and transit?
That number is based on our engineering design standards for the different cross-section types, and we've identified all the different future road types as part of this exercise, and then used our standard cross-sections to do the unit-based pricing. And all of our cross-sections for arterial and major collector and collector roads include cycling facilities and pedestrian facilities. So although I can't tell you exactly how much in terms of dollar figures that represents, but certainly all of our new road projects include pedestrian and cycling facilities.
Okay, that's helpful, because I agree with you. I think it's probably the lion's share. Any road work that I've seen, certainly in my ward over the last 7 years, has vastly improved cycling and pedestrian, in addition to, in many cases, upgrading what is a rural road carrying urban transit. Wanted to ask you about the O-Train extension to Beausville, and I think you could have easily have labeled that Riverside South, because Beausville at this point is a green field, but in fact, when you look at the community design plan for Riverside South, this borders the urban area, and I think any community in the city would want to have a rapid transit service in this proximity. So I just wanted you to speak maybe a little more at length on the location and how it will be essentially on the periphery of Riverside South urban area.
It's a good point, Councillor, that the Beausville station is just on the periphery of Riverside South, and it would be beneficial to look at perhaps renaming Beausville to include the Riverside South as part of the name, and that would maybe provide better points of reference for where the station is located. So we're looking at that possible changes with the final publish to change Beausville to Beausville/Riverside.
Yeah, because one of the maps you provided me with when I saw this was an overlay of the CDP with the Beausville station, and I think, and certainly when I share that with residents, they see the connection, they understand why this is located here. The other driver for that location is just the limitations of extending it further south. And so can you speak to that? Because there is engineering limitations as well as real challenges in terms of how you make heavy rail work in what was an electric corridor into the urban area of Riverside South. So speak to the technical limitations of extending it? Because I do get that question.
Our long-term plans as part of the future ultimate network concept is to extend light rail transit through Riverside South, but it is a challenge with the O-train technology. The O-train can't negotiate the same degree of tightness of curvature through the corridor through Riverside South, and with the DMU technology for the O-train, that vehicle type, Transport Canada doesn't allow to cross at level crossing, so it needs to be grade separated at all intersections, and those are the main reasons why it's technically not feasible to send the O-train down through Riverside South at this point, but it is in our long-term plans once we convert the line to light rail transit.
Okay. And switching to the southwest region, last term of council, we had the biggest transit project in the city at that time, which was the extension of the Southwest Transitway. We built it early because we had access to stimulus program, and that was the criteria. You had to build something that you weren't going to build within that 18-month period. Otherwise, I think we would have seen it in this plan because that project was so critical. So I'm pleased we advanced it. But can you speak to how you see the Southwest Transitway extending further south into the heart of Barrhaven? Because I do think the Southwest Transitway is the backbone. We know that we have growth planned and ongoing further south. Our plan, I think, is that we would, of course, extend transit service along, in some capacity, along Greenbank so that it connects in a rapid fashion with the new Southwest Transitway. Again, this doesn't come through in the map because I think you're showing transitway extensions, but certainly with that new road connection, the transitway service will go deeper into Barrhaven and I think pick up a lot from that catchment area further south of Stranraer.
You're correct again, Councillor, that the transit plan doesn't show any transit extensions down south of the Jock River, although the road plans are to extend Greenbank down from Jockville down to Cambrian as a 4-lane cross-section. And there is some opportunities there that we could look at to further extend transit along that road corridor. We predict that the future growth within that area doesn't necessarily warrant a dedicated facility within the planning horizon, but certainly we could look at transit priority or just the bus service along that Greenbank extension would provide a theoretical extension of the Southwest Transitway. You're correct.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think it points to 2 points. One, that transit will be extending further south, connect with the Southwest Transitway, and to my point, that be careful when you sort of speak very broadly about the roads budget, the road priorities. They're certainly going to serve transit, as you pointed out in that example. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeRoche. Commissioner Wilkinson.
Madam Chair. Just a few questions. One of the things that I've asked a long line relates back to the 2008 plan, because at that time we looked at the ultimate when LRT could go through the Greenbelt. We had two policies. One was that we should do everything inside the Greenbelt first, and the Rouge Shore doing the baseline and the Bayshore basically are going to be doing that. And then the second then is to go through to any of the new communities, whether it was Orleans or Barrhaven or Canada. We were looking at Riverside South a little differently because of the train situation there. There were 4 criteria that had to get met, and I keep forgetting some of them. One of them was increased density of population. Well, I have a huge number of apartment buildings, and nobody else does. The ridership was one, and the ability to increase ridership. Not high ridership right now, but the ability to increase ridership was another one. Affordability was definitely one, and there was a 4th criteria that I've forgotten. It looks like you've done quite a good analysis of the Orleans area for how this would all fit in, but I don't really see that equivalent level meeting those different questions for Barrhaven or for Canada. And for be able to answer to people in my community of why Orleans first, I really need that information. So I'm wondering, when are we going to get that level of detail that we can use to explain things to our communities?
Thank you, Councillor. You're correct. The 4 criteria that was in the last 2008 TMP was respect to the 3 points that you identified plus available funding. And I think that's key to this affordability analysis is the amount of funds with respect to how far we can extend LRT. And the plan, the affordable plan that's before you today, identifies the projects to provide the best value.
That's not my question. My question was, you did an analysis for Orleans. I want to see the analysis done for all the things and the other ones. You may say in the end the result that you came to was that the affordability one was in favor of Orleans, and that over-trumped the increase in ridership, the increase in density, and the other factors that were there. But I need to see that actual research piece done in order to be able to show that, in fact, we are considering those things in making our decisions.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor. The three criteria that we used for this TMP update do speak to these criteria that was in the last TMP. Ridership, land use density, and costs are all part of the evaluation process that we went through for all of the corridors, including the corridors out to Canada, and how we prioritized and identified them.
You may have done it, but I want to see it. We should, I mean, there's bits and pieces buried in the reports, but it's very difficult and unclear. So if you could just pull those together for us at some time, that's all I'm asking for, so that we can actually use those to show. Yeah, I know you've said shorter distance to Orleans, so it makes it cost-wise easier than going the longer distance to Canada. But you have to look at the other ones too. And I even question the ridership a bit, because I saw in one of the reports the average ridership, I'm not talking peak, average. In Orleans right now is 24, and you're going to go to 26. In the Canada-Stittsville area, the average right now is 15. You want to go to 21. That's 2% increase in one and 6% in the other. I mean, these are things we should be looking at, and I just don't see that in a very succinct form. So I'll leave that with you, because I think you have said we could get that information, but we really need to have it sooner than later, please. There were some questions at one point about, and I was very happy to see you putting the connection to Bayshore. If I look at it correctly, and you can actually let me know if I'm right or not on this, at the price of actually doing it LRT before BRT is actually cheaper. As I see in the thing, the BRT was going to be $310 million, is in the report. It's $396 to go with LRT, but you're also saving having to put in an interchange, and you're also saving $100 million what costs for later conversion from BRT to LRT. So the net cost of putting an LRT first over BRT in this case is actually a saving. Am I right in that?
Well, in terms of the time value of money, all the numbers that you're speaking to there are real. There's a bit of a savings in terms of when you do rail, in terms of not having both technologies, and we recognized that in recommending that we go from Lincoln Fields to Bayshore. But there has been no time value assessment in terms of that conversion and that element and that piece of it. So to suggest that it's an outright savings, I'm not in a position to characterize that for you.
I believe the 417 interchange, though, was going to be very early on. So I didn't see the price for that in there, and I couldn't put the exact amount in. Does anybody know what that is, or can they send it to me? There was a provision that when they built the light LRT to Baseline, if they didn't have the LRT also going to Bayshore, they'd have to put another interchange lane thing from the 417. I don't know the cost of that.
So I'm just confirming. My understanding is the savings for that is $10 million, because you're right. There would be two ramps at the highway.
So it's only a small amount.
Yeah.
So the main savings is the eventual conversion, and when we don't know when that would be. Well, likely sooner than later. In the report, as I said, mentioned that you have this section on page 36 that says if things change, we can modify things. Then it said it would be future updates will review and conform these. If something happens between updates, which are every 5 years, are you going to, in fact, is it possible still to make that change without having had a 5-year review if it's quite a significant matter? And I've got things that I'm working on in my area that could end up making a huge difference, but they're very preliminary at this point, and if it happened, I wouldn't even bring them forward, but it could happen.
Madam Chair, if there was anything significant that happened, I'm sure Council would be seized with discussions about what does this mean, but it would need to be something significant. And, you know, we've talked about things like development and where the growth happens, and frankly, our projections have been pretty good in terms of projecting where the growth would happen and what actually does happen. So I'm having a tough time imagining what that could be, but if there was a significant change, Councillor, I'm sure that Council would be seized with that change and asking questions about, well, what does this mean?
So you don't have a closed mind on it. That's all I wanted to know. There had been some discussion earlier on, a few years ago, that until we completed the BRT system, we shouldn't think about taking LRT through the green belts to the outlying communities. This has changed, and that was sort of what, in a way, Andy Hayden had when we originally were doing the BRT in the first place. You do the BRT system, and then you convert it. We're converting inside the green belt, and I fully support that. But we haven't finished the BRT outside the green belts to any great extent, and even this plan is not even going to do that by 2031. Was there any analysis done on what that would have cost if you did it that way? Because and secondly, how you would get funding from the federal or provincial governments for doing some of that, because they did in the past have done significant contributions to BRT as well.
So in terms of BRT first outside the Greenbelt, we have a plan that includes BRT in various areas of the city. But what we did is, we looked at all the different segments and made recommendations in terms of the technology for that segment. The planning of the bus rapid transit way, yes, has always been designed to be converted to rail. So the question is timing, and as you rightfully point out, the Bayshore, we could certainly do that as BRT and then at some future date convert it to rail. It doesn't exist today, but we're in front of you saying, no, you know what, it makes sense to do it as BRT, as LRT first. And so it's not we're not following a rule of thumb. What we're doing is putting together a plan that makes sense in its totality, and will get you the ridership and drive you towards the 50% sustainable modal shift that is the basis of the plan.
That wasn't actually my question. The question was, we have a BRT system, which we've done EAs and so forth, it goes all the way out to Fernbank. It goes south, as Councillor DeRoche was talking about. There are parts of it into the east end as well. Did anybody look at what would be the value before going through the Greenbelt with LRT anywhere of having those BRTs finished first to keep this, to drive the whole system? I'll have to go back on the list after you answer this question.
Sorry, Councillor, I don't believe we did that specific work in terms of looking at the value of completing all of the BRT before we further extend the LRT. But there's a...
I would suggest it'd be a good exercise to do before the next Master Transportation Plan update, because I think by that time the impact of the community is going to be even greater. I'll come back on the list with anything else.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilkinson. Councillor Harder can't stay with us for the rest of the afternoon. She hasn't asked any questions yet, so Commissioner Blais has agreed to let her go ahead. I'm going to take everybody that has questions in a first round before I take any second round questions, but right now, Councillor Harder, it's over to you.
Thank you, Councillor Blais, for allowing me to take up a couple of your minutes. I just wanted to ask a question, and this follows up on what Councillor DeRoche was saying, actually, about Beausville and maybe the naming it of that and that sort of thing. But when we talk about the affordability lens, I'm interested in the affordability of this project for the long term. And one of the things that I think is about fairness and about affordability is the fact that Beausville Station is actually in an area where the majority of the people there are not paying urban transit levies, and yet they'll have a better level of service than Canada, then Riverside South, actually, then Barhaven for sure. When are we going to do the study on the one city, one size, everybody benefits on the urban transit levies? When does that happen? No, and it needs to happen, not just let everybody be afraid of it happening.
What's not the treasurer?
You know, as interested as we are in that question and the answer, it's really not on the agenda today. The agenda today...
But affordability is, Madam Chair, and this is part of how we afford it. And I know for a fact that this has not been considered as part of the affording of it. And even though there's a smaller population, Shirley, in the rural areas, they are going to get premium service vis-a-vis what many others in highly densely populated areas are who are paying urban.
I think we're going to let Ms. Similak answer that, but I don't think it's part of the affordability because I think it would just shift who pays what. But Ms. Similak, you can answer that question.
Thank you, Chair. The issue of expanding the boundary to include areas that now receive service is done actually almost on a yearly basis. We look at the where service has been added, and we expand the boundaries using the criteria that's been established by transit with respect to that. And Mr. Scrimgeour informs me and has been approved by Council as the criteria. The overall question, though, about when you would look at whether you would move to making big dramatic increases into your to the urban transit area to capture all these areas that get maybe an ancillary benefit from it, that is not on the horizon at this point in time. I would suggest to you that after we do the next development charge study, that may be an appropriate time for staff to go away and look at that issue, because at that point in time we will have definitively what is planned for the next 18-year horizon, what is being approved, and we can look at the phasing in of any expansion of the urban transit zone.
So the development charges are going to be approved probably next June. So we're talking next year.
That's correct. We would start that. That's a pretty comprehensive piece of work that you're asking us to do. I would suspect it's going to take a fair bit of time to go out and do the consultation and also come up with a plan for when it actually would happen, if it does.
Yeah, and I think that's all I'm asking, because even if we use the same envelope and it is parsed up differently and some people are paying less, that's not a bad thing if it's about fairness. And I think that that's what I'm looking around at the people that are shaking their heads. It wouldn't be for everybody, but certainly it's something that should be looked at. My other comment had to do with what Councillor Wilkinson was talking about the equation or the mathematical study of how we chose to Orleans as opposed to Barhaven or Canada. I have many good reasons to support this plan, and I have been supporting it actively in the community. I've had special sessions as well, and I see that it's very comprehensive. But I see in other parts of the city where a library included, for example, where you have a funding envelope that is only so much, and so therefore we try to get the pegs that fit into the funding envelope rather than taking the priorities that are and fund them. And so I think that that's where she's coming from. So I think that there was an agreement to get that kind of information to her on how that assumption or how that work was completed. Correct? Yes? Thank you very much. Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Blais.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Harder. Commissioner Blais.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd first like to start by congratulating our staff. I'm not one that normally does that, but on this occasion, I think it's appropriate. Yeoman service over the last number of years to get this through. I'm disappointed Mr. Guest couldn't join us so that he could share in this praise, but certainly, as we read in the Ottawa Citizen on the weekend, he is well deserving of such praise. Some comments about Orleans, the Orleans extension and north versus south. Mr. Simpson, can you go over the cost differentiation again between the 174 and the Cumberland?
On page 19 of our Rapid Transit and Transit Priority background report, on page 19, the last paragraph is dedicated to that, and it's a $500 million estimate to go from Blair to Place d'Orleans versus $805 million to go from Blair Station to Trim Road. And we thought it was reasonable to compare those two terminus points rather than Trim Road versus Frank Kenny.
Fair enough. And on the northerly route, there is an option to extend it to Trim Road on the northerly route as well. Why is that not being considered at this stage?
The corridor extension from Place d'Orleans to Trim Road is very challenging, and there's high-tension hydro poles along that corridor. It's a very narrow corridor, and our cost estimates are close to $300 million for that corridor.
Sorry, what's driving that $300 million? Because it's only about a kilometer long.
There's a lot of structures there, given the Cardinal Creek and others. There's high tension hydro poles that would be relocated through there, and that's the reason for the high estimate.
Okay. And on the operating side, can you describe again why the highway option is more efficient than the south option?
In terms of its efficiency, it's a shorter corridor. It's all grades separated. The replacement of the buses is key as well in terms of the operating savings from operating such a high frequency of diesel buses, and replacing them with high efficiency light rail transit provides some operating savings on the north side.
So if the train were to go south, we'd have to continue to run the northerly bus system we currently operate and effectively have two parallel systems.
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is really where the cost savings come from. Why do we have a very efficient system running in the north and a very inefficient system running south until growth takes place, or we can have one extraordinarily efficient service driving people instead of just to one or two locations to 4 stops through Orleans to get them into the downtown core. And we've also forgotten to mention another key element of the northern strategy is the 174. Ms. Shepherd or Ms. Chi, whomever is best suited, can you describe what the opportunities vis-a-vis the highway might be relating to the LRT expansion?
Madam Chair, I think as we go through this process and look at the EA, one of the things that we'll want to look at is how do we make use of the infrastructure that is there. So there is sections of lanes that are used by transit. There's some challenges at the structures themselves. But the simple removal of buses off of those lanes, depending on where they go, we recognize it represents an opportunity to look at could we repurpose those and actually get some additional car lanes or HOV lanes in the process. So, that's certainly our commitment, is to look at that and see if that's a real opportunity. And then the second part is even, depending on what the EA says, there may be opportunities through the procurement phase in terms of how a contractor might choose to construct the works that would require them to construct certain pieces that then could be also converted. So there's two real opportunities to look at how this process might, for very limited cost, bring additional road lanes on 174 as well.
And as I read the TMP, as an independent project, the widening of 174 falls just outside the affordability range. Is that correct, Mr. Simpson?
That's correct, Councillor. It's just outside the window of the affordable plan.
Thank you. And if we were to increase the cost of this plan by $300 or $400 million to go south instead of north, how far further do you think it would push the widening of 174 on the affordability scale?
So there are two, in terms of the transit in the south, there are two separate funding elements in terms of transit versus road. So,
but it's through the affordability, and we're debt financing most, right? So,
yeah, but we've considered them as two separate envelopes.
That's fair enough. So there have been a lot of questions today about why we've done this for Orleans versus Kanata and Barrhaven, and I think I want to remind people of what the council approved on July 13th, 2011, in a motion moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson, Therefore, be it resolved that as part of Strategic Initiative 70, that is the term of council priorities, staff be directed to assess the feasibility and relative priority of rapid transit investment in the east and develop an option to provide a rapid transit rail solution to Orleans at the earliest opportunity, respecting the affordability model established within the 2011 LRFP and transit, and that this work inform the Transportation Master Plan. So if there are questions as to why we've done this and why these fine staff have done this, it's because we asked them to. We asked them to unanimously on July 13th, 2011. I want to go back to this notion of building rail to developing areas that are not yet built versus servicing existing communities. Was the premise of the Shirelli plan, which was announced in 2004, not largely based on extending light rail to the relatively yet-to-be developed community of Riverside South?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
That was effectively what we were doing? Okay, so in 2006, City Council made a very clear decision not to build to growth areas, not to build first and see growth come later. And that decision in December of 2006, in fact on the 14th of December 2006, where several members of this commission voted to scrap that plan, set the city back a decade and cost us $100 million. So why are we not going to growth areas? Because City Council has already gone down that road and it's cost us $100 million and we lost a decade. So we're putting transit to where it works now, where we know we're going to get the ridership, where we know we can afford, so that we can provide the kinds of service to the residents of the community that are asking for that service today. As things change going into the future, obviously we can continue to evaluate. But as to why we're going into Orleans and have that detailed information about Orleans, because this council directed staff to do that, as to why we're going into servicing existing areas, existing choke points, because a previous council decided to waste $100 million and set us back a decade, and I don't think anyone wanted to repeat that lesson. This is a very good plan. It moves light rail citywide a generation ahead. It still has almost $1 billion in road spending. It has cycling infrastructure, pedestrian infrastructure, and I have no doubt that as years go on, we'll be able to continue to make the investments the residents of our community are looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Blais. I have some questions, and I'm going to ask them because everyone else back on the list now is on for a second time, so I'd just like to ask some of mine. I do want to point out before I start, though, that in relationship to the motion that Councillor Blais referred to about the East, we do have a memo dated May 25th, 2012 from Mr. Moser, and after he sets out that motion, it also says, as part of Council's discussion, it was understood that a similar analysis would be undertaken for other suburban areas of the city. So just for context, I do want to point that out. I want to start by thanking you, Ms. Shepherd, and your team for the construction of this draft plan. Obviously, a lot of time and effort has gone into it by your entire team, and we certainly appreciate that. I like the concept, the whole city view that you've taken. I think that it's very important that it be a whole city view and a whole vision for the future of our city, and I think that's a really good starting principle. To the best of my knowledge, however, I don't believe that there was any consultation with any ward councillor in the development of this plan. And we've had around the table today, there's been a lot of discussion about the vision underpinning the plan, and I really want to understand the vision. Commissioner Blais was correct. Back in 2003, the vision when we started working on the LRT plan for Barrhaven and Riverside South was a smart growth vision, and it was a very futuristic vision. It was build the line, build the density to the line, build a main street, have transit-oriented development, capture new riders. Improving the modal split was fundamental to that vision. As Commissioner Wilkinson pointed out, in 2008 vision, there was an emphasis on inside the green belt. Today, in answer to Commissioner Kadri's question regarding Stittsville, Ms. Shepherd, I heard you say that we don't believe in making transit investments until the community really needs them. So that sounds much more like a focus on today than a focus on the future that we've had in former transit master plans, which are really our visioning document for the future. And in response to a question from Commissioner Blois today, that our goal now is to, you said our goal now is to enhance the transit experience for existing customers. So that appears to be a higher priority on improving the transit experience rather than improving the modal split or capturing new riders going forward. So clearly the vision and the goal underpinning this plan are fundamental. So my question to you, Ms. Shepherd, is could you enunciate the key goals that have informed the development, the drafting of this plan, and how they have changed from previous TMPs?
Madam Chair, you are absolutely right. I think that this council has made a fundamental shift in terms of what you see transit and the value of transit to this community, and particularly rail. So yes, your previous plan did have a lot of focus on smart growth, and in that context using rail transit to develop communities that as of yet were not developed. We have changed that focus, absolutely, and our vision is to respond to the needs of the community that are out there. And so, Council, you decided that you were going to build the Confederation line. You were going to take out the bottleneck that existed in this community in terms of growing transit. You have the highest transit ridership for a city this size in North America per capita. And in order to grow that, you recognized that you needed to take out the bottleneck of downtown. You've done that. The road headers out there actually working today. That is a significant shift, Chair, and you're absolutely right to pick up on that. Beyond that, though, you have continued your vision of the importance of light rail to the development of a community. And through the TOD plans and the work that you've done, you've actually turned it around almost 180 degrees and said, you know what, we're going to provide that rail, that higher order transit where we know our customers are, where we know the ridership levels are such that you're going to be taking enough buses off the street to realize an operational savings. And then we also recognize that there's a lot of nodes along that system that even though there's been bus rapid transit for many, many years, you don't have the growth there that is consistent with your vision, which is back to that smart growth vision around each of those nodes. And that triggered your direction to staff to develop the TOD plans. So you've turned the page, but what you've done is you've kept the same principles about the importance of smart growth, but you've said, you know, we're going to invest light rail where it makes sense because the riders are there. Those are your customers today, and they're the ones that are going to benefit first and foremost. But for the future growth, then you're also going to take that step to look at each one of those nodes and say, how can we use those smart growth principles to grow the city around that transit system that you truly do envision for this community. So yes, Council, I think you have, as a council, shifted that vision, and that has certainly influenced staff in terms of the recommendations that are before you. And it has been those actions and those decisions that you've made that, Chair, you articulate very well that the vision has changed, and it has changed substantially.
Okay, so I also want to understand what our vision for modal share into the future is, because back in 2003, I was on that council. I remember it well. We were at 21% modal share for public transit at the time. Our goal was 30% modal share. And in reading the new TMP, it appears that our new goal for modal share of transit is 26%, which seems less than a former goal. So I'd just like to understand if I'm reading the document correctly and why we've diminished our uplift in ridership as a principle underpinning this plan.
Some clarification for that, Madam Chair, is our transit mode share targets are actually a little bit more ambitious than what we had in the 2008 plan. The 2003 plan had a 30% modal split. Which is the difference between just looking at motorized travel and having 30% of the motorized travel being picked up by transit. With this new focus on modal share, we're also incorporating targets, the sustainable mode share target is for all the different modes, walking and cycling and carpooling as well. So the 26% mode share is similar to a 30% modal split. And because we are looking at a 2.5-hour peak period instead of a 1-hour peak hour period, the 26% mode share is actually a little bit more aggressive than a 26% mode share for the peak hour. So we're spreading that over a longer period of time. If that's as clear as...
A little bit confusing for me. I thought the whole modal share was actually higher than 26%. I thought that 26% was just the transit part of the modal share.
I'll try it again a little bit more clear this time.
Okay.
The target is a 50% sustainable mode share.
Right.
Of which 26% is for transit. And the 26% mode share for transit is similar to the 30% modal split that we had in 2003.
And can you just explain that apples to oranges comparison for me?
The difference between modal split and modal share. Modal split is the percentage of transit ridership just looking at motorized trips. So automobile and transit trips having 30% of that split for transit. When we talk about modal share, we're now incorporating walking and cycling and carpooling and all of the trips. So the 26% mode share is for all trips versus all modes, across all modes.
Okay, we'll leave it at that for now. I think I might need a little more lesson on that later. I wanted to ask about the issues that Ms. Gardner raised earlier when she spoke, because she put up some fairly dramatic images of construction sites where we're lacking in accessibility, clearly lacking. And I understand during, I might be needing to rule myself out of order here, but I understand during the budget deliberations that Mr. Kirkpatrick basically committed to do more. So I wondered, because this was raised today, Ms. Shepherd, if you could address that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be pleased to. So during the budget consultations in I believe it was in Barrhaven, the same comments were raised that Catherine Gardner raised today about the difficulty at bus stops in construction zones, and the city manager, in his role as head and responsible for accessibility, committed to take that away, and I'm sure that he will be looking to me to be looking at our construction sites to say, what can we do differently, because I think there was some really good examples and a valid concern raised.
Thank you. Also, during the public delegations this morning, Mr. Brocklebank raised a question about transit priority and servicing Lansdowne Park. And I do think that's a very good question. I wanted to give you an opportunity to explain the transit priority and how Lansdowne Park is going to be served into the future.
Madam Chair, one of the questions was, have there been transit priority measures built since 2003? And yes, there have been quite a few built. There's short sections of bus lane on streets like Baseline, Carling, Holland. There's been road reconstructions on streets like Wellington and Richmond to reduce bus delays. And there's been transit signal priority corridors built along Woodruff, Carling, and Ennis. Specifically on Bank Street, one of the things that was done during the reconstruction of Bank Street was to change the position of the bus stops, change the position of the traffic signals, and pre-wire the traffic signals so that transit priority signals, that is, signals that will stay green longer as a bus approaches or go green faster when a bus is waiting. They're pre-wired to do that, and we can work with our roads and traffic colleagues, traffic operations colleagues, to find the right time to turn those things on. The transit service plan for Lansdowne Park relies on a good flow of Bank Street, which often occurs, usually occurs, and which transit priority measures would help. But it's not such a dramatic change like highly visible bus lanes. It's small things like getting the bus away from a stop sooner, changing it so it doesn't need to stop twice at an intersection, and having the lights coordinated so they go green, triggered by the presence of a bus.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn the floor back over to Commissioner Blois.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. I just have a couple of loose ends I want to tie up or tidy up here. The first one is we had the reference to the Chapel Hill Park and Ride in terms of the additional service it would provide in Orleans. You might want to correct me, and I see it in the document here. I know the Mayor referenced it in his introductory speech. The Chapel Hill Park and Ride was already approved a number of years ago in a budget, and it's not even showing up in a whip anymore from what I can see. How do you reconcile it with this TMP when we've already approved it as a budget item maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and I think it's sitting there, and even if we built it today, it would basically not connect to anything under this plan?
The Chapel Hill Park and Ride is part of our base network, and it's accounted for in this plan. There's a number of transit priority corridors as well that we're recommending south of Innes Road. $24 million worth of transit priority measures from Blair Station out to Trim Road, as well as along the Brian Coburn Boulevard and through Blackburn Hamlet Bypass. So there's a number of transit priority measures that would be implemented that would connect into the Chapel Hill Park and Ride.
But you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the money, this is not part of the affordability model because the money has been approved. It's sitting in the bank somewhere with the treasurer, hopefully in the bank somewhere with the treasurer. Is that correct?
What I understand, that's correct, Councillor.
So since I can't figure out the timeline for this was going to originally be built a number of years ago, when do you see this actually happening? Like, how does this all come together now?
Madam Chair, if I can take that away and get that, the time frame back to you, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, because there is coordination with a number of other projects in the area that we might want to realign to try and make them all fit together rather than a piecemeal approach. My next question deals with the interprovincial transit, and the draft TMP refers to the interprovincial transit strategy that was worked on with the City of Gatineau, the STO, ourselves, and the NCC, I think, basically headed it up, but it never came to the Transit Commission. And I'm trying to understand, we reference it here, and yet I don't quite understand what this is going to do for us. I don't see a specific concrete advancement on the interprovincial transit file. What I see is it could do this. Key recommendations are extending the O train to Gatineau via Prince of Wales Bridge, or expanding north-south LRT to Gatineau by upgrading or extending the O train, or construction of an LRT circular to connect the downtowns. But the rider below is the TMP update will maintain compatibility with the strategy's recommendations, and when there's a clear regional and city benefit to doing so, we'll go ahead and do something. So can you help me here in terms of what we actually are going to do over the term of this TMP?
So, Madam Chair, if you look at the network concept, it does actually show rail crossing over into Gatineau as part of the network by 2031. We've had lots of discussions with our colleagues at STO, and we have a great system in terms of the two being compatible, as you well know. Both of us are going through a period of upgrading our systems. So they've just got their Rapibus online, which is a significant change for their customer base in terms of adding transfers to their trip. And similarly, we've got our Confederation line underway, which will change the face of transit in downtown Ottawa. So the real question is, and you are very fortunate, the City of Ottawa owns the Prince of Wales Bridge. I think most people acknowledge and recognize that that's a great place to have a transit connection happen. The real question is, what would that look like? And I do believe from both sides, there's some pros and cons. Extending the O train across would work, but it would introduce another transfer for STO customers, and they are legitimately concerned about that. I think when they're into this new system, that's not the time to be having that debate necessarily. Also, I don't think any of us realize how open the customer will be to the transfers to light rail. So I do believe that over time we will see a shift, and STO will see the value of getting their customers as early as possible and as quickly as possible to our backbone system, and then allowing those transfers for the continuation of their trip. I just think it's early days. So to answer that is difficult. I mean, would there be an opportunity to extend a bus across the Prince of Wales and have some transfers at Bayview? Potentially. Would we want to go with rail across? Potentially. And I think we both need to get our systems up and running and continue a dialogue in the meantime to work towards a more seamless system.
So am I correct in saying at this point this remains a blank page in the TMP? Because I don't see any, and which is fine. I think, considering we've never dealt with the interprovincial study, the transit study that was done, we may be ahead of ourselves if we're looking for that solution, especially since some of the solution may be in their rapid bus system. If we can take advantage of the capacity they have going back as they're returning empty or whatever, and I don't think that's been fleshed out yet. I don't know if Mr. Scrimgeour wants to comment on that.
Madam Chair, we'd be happy to look at that if that possibility exists, and we're talking to them on the Rappi bus. There's other things that we are doing very, very well that actually are the envy of others, and there is one edit in the report that we're going to be making to Ms. Shepherd's, is that we do have fare integration, and that's a big achievement for a jurisdiction, two jurisdictions such as ours. So we had it before Presto, and we continue to have it. But on the Rappi bus piece and the new articulated buses that they have, Mr. Scrimgeour is well plugged in, and he'll look at any opportunity to leverage any of those things operationally.
Well, I know Mr. Scrimgeour's enlightened me on a few of the things that are happening, but there still seems to be a disconnect, and at some point we have to close that gap across the river, whatever it may take, and it may be down the road, down the future. It's just that I don't see anything in the TMP, and I understand the reason why, and maybe that needs to stay on the back burner till things get fleshed out. So, I don't know if you want to comment on that, or...
I do, Madam Chair. I think there's two discussions. There's TMP and then there's operational integration, and we have met with STO. We meet with them once a year operationally, the entire management team, and we've told them and reached out to them that if there's opportunities to do operational integration, we're there for them. And I can tell you they were very appreciative of the work that we did with Presto to preserve that fare integration piece. And Mr. Scrimgeour talks to them regularly on the route issues.
Thank you for that. Madam Chair, my final point is, and I know we look back sometimes at motions we've all had or we've presented that have been passed, and I look back at the 2008 TMP where we talked about various corridors that were bus rapid transit corridors at the time, and how do we convert them. And one of the motions I think that Councillor Wilkinson's already referred to talked about the business case that supports rail investment without going to a BRT first. Some of that seems to have gone out the window, and my concern is when we go from an update from one TMP to the next one, we change direction significantly. And I think Ms. Shepherd was correct in saying, we're looking at this plan in its totality, and I can live with this plan in its totality. There are elements in there that my gut instincts tell me to do them differently. I see the pros and cons of both the corridors going into Orleans. I think one of them would serve us better in the long run, but one of them gives us immediate bang for our buck. What I am concerned about, though, is if the totality falls to the wayside, and there is an if there, and I know that if set a few of my colleagues off. I want to make sure that we do go back to the drawing board. We just don't take the remnants of the TMP and make that the plan for the future, or until 5 years from now when we get to do it all over again and get to change our plans. I'm going to look for some guidance here in terms of bringing something forward or giving direction, through you, Madam Chair, that if the totality of the TMP doesn't carry on, and I have a motion to that effect, it can be direction, it can be a motion, that the Transit Commission gets another kick at it at that point. And that may not be for a while because it all depends on funding. It's affordability and funding, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I'm going to take motions after everyone has asked their questions. In the meantime, I would just ask you to work with Ms. Donnelly on how that motion would fit into all of this. Is it today? Does it go to transportation? Would it be the Transit Commission that actually reconsidered it, or council, because the TMP is council's document? So if you could just work with Ms. Donnelly on that motion so we get it right. When I call for motions, we'll talk about it at that point. Is that it, Commissioner? Thank you. Commissioner Blois. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. A couple of issues I still wanted to touch on. Councillor Wilkinson spoke to this as well. There's lots of information here about what proposals will cost, but less information about what would be the cost of things that we're not doing. That is, things that options that were studied but abandoned. I feel it's important to have all this kind of information before you take a decision, and I appreciate staff indulging me on providing me the costs of what the various scenarios to Barrhaven would be. Long-term, the cost of doing the LRT to Bayshore was, of course, less than doing the BRT, so it made sense there. What would be the cost to, if this has been flushed out, what would be the cost to expand LRT from Bayshore to Canada Centrum or to Terry Fox? Ballpark.
Yes, Commissioner. The estimated cost we have from Bayshore to Canadian Tire Centre, we'll take a moment to...
It doesn't have to go over
approximately $800 million for that connection.
Thinking from a ridership perspective, to Terry Fox might be handy. How much of a difference would that make in terms of reducing the estimate to only go to Terry Fox?
We're working on that right now. Approximately $600 million.
So it strikes me that is very close to what the cost is to hop the Greenbelt to Orleans. I know the $1 billion range going to Barrhaven means that it makes a lot less sense, but just for the benefit of everyone here, could you quickly go over the key points of why the one route was chosen over the other?
The first point is that Council specifically asked us to look at the early feasibility of rail implementation to Orleans, and that was part of the work that went into this project, but also looking at all of the different rapid transit corridors and looking at them with respect to ridership and cost and value in terms of the value that each corridor presents itself. And based on that analysis, and knowing that we have a finite amount of funds to work with, we identified the extension to Orleans.
I certainly don't disagree with that extension, but in terms of the reasoning that you're recommending we put light rail into Bayshore is because between the BRT building costs, the operational costs, and future installation of LRT, I think without that last point, I think it was cheaper to go with LRT. So when we look at the map here, we have bus rapid transit under the ultimate scenario. We were looking at bus rapid transit going from Bayshore all the way down to Palladium here. Would the cost of putting in the LRT, at least going to Terry Fox, be less than doing the BRT adjustments necessary, the construction and possible future conversion?
So the estimated cost to provide BRT out that way is approximately $350 million, and BRT provides more flexibility in terms of implementation than building a light rail transit corridor. And there's significant investment already from Tunney's Pasture to Bayshore as well as to Baseline Station. We need to complete that segment first before we can look at expanding it further west.
So this might be something we see on the table potentially in the next review or beyond 2031? It's something that's been studied, obviously.
Well, it's part of our ultimate rapid transit network concept, and it's something that we're working towards to eventually implement as soon as possible, but it's not within the 18-year affordable planning time frame.
I agree. All of these light rail lines would be ideal, but we have to recognize our limits, and I feel the affordability plan does so very well. On another matter, I have this the draft consultation summary report. They've gathered feedback on the TMP from industry and consumers. On the French language table that was done, there was some feedback about the suggestion that public transit be outfitted with Wi-Fi to attract riders, I assume within the TMP. I would think that a downtown Wi-Fi zone might be more practical, but in any case, I was wondering, was there any study done on the possibility of integrating Wi-Fi onto transit?
I actually think that's out of order. I don't think that is part of the TMP discussion. If somebody wants to correct me, they can, but I think that would be a better question for the budget.
Would agree, Madam Chair.
Okay, so if you could hold that question, Councillor, to the budget, or Commissioner, until the budget deliberation.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely, Madam Chair. In terms of obviously in the TMP there was a lot of assumptions made in terms of modeling in terms of the financial framework that we're going to be working within. I noticed there was widespread public backing expressed among industry and community for distance-based travel fares. Was this possibility considered at all in terms of how you are projecting revenue in the TMP?
So, Madam Chair, we built our revenue based on current revenues and just escalated. Those kinds of discussions in terms of different fare structures are really not appropriate for a TMP discussion and more appropriate for an operational discussion with OC Transpo.
It's something that might play into how we can project our funding envelope for the future as well. Now, according to CUDA, a transit rider creates 65% fewer greenhouse gas emissions than an auto user for the same trip. And, of course, the Confederation line opening will result in a substantial drop in GHG emissions produced by OC Transpo operations. And hopefully the plans for increased ridership will only augment these gains in terms of less traffic on our roads. But I note in the TMP, despite a per capita drop in emissions, the TMP projects a real increase in greenhouse gas emissions from the city of Ottawa. 35% of Ontario's GHG emissions are from transportation. Offhand, do staff know what that percentage is for the city of Ottawa?
I can tell you that our GHG modeling for this exercise indicates that the per capita GHG is expected to go down by 14%, but will rise by 6% overall, just given the growth in population over the 18 years.
Wasn't really my question, but I can touch base with you offline on that. In reviewing the TMP and updating it, did staff give any consideration to the possibility of converting the OC Transpo fleet to run on cleaner or low-emission fuels? I know the STO, for example, in their strategic plan includes the future electrification of its bus fleet.
Madam Chair, as you know, you have a very new fleet, one of the newest fleets in North America. I think the average age is just over 4 years, and you're burning clean diesel engines, and we also have the hybrid fleet. So we're staying with the diesel fleet system right now, but as we've said in the past, we're looking at all the other initiatives that are going on in the transit industry. If there's anything that lines up with our either rebuild programs or a new procurement, we'd certainly consider that and bring it to Transit Commission for consideration.
And how many hybrid buses are currently in operation?
Okay, again, I think we're getting outside of the TMP discussion. I think you're just pushing a little bit there. There's lots of good questions, but if you ask them offline or at an appropriate time, but this is not a discussion for the TMP. So I'm just going to rule you out of order. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
I appreciate the indulgence of staff and yourself, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kadri.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And just coming back to a couple of points. First of all, I will come back and discuss the Accessibility Advisory Committee points that were raised at the last meeting. But before that, I was sort of perplexed a little bit when I think, Ms. Shepherd, you made a comment about the vision change in terms of council priority. And I don't know about anybody else around this table. I certainly was not privy to any discussion on this draft plan as a council member prior to the meetings that you and I had after we were presented with the draft plan. So I don't know where we're getting the impression that council changed priorities, as Chair Deans mentioned in her questioning. So could I get a clarification on that, Ms. Shepherd, please?
Madam Chair, if I might, I was characterizing the difference from the last TMP that was approved when you actually approved the Confederation line and started that process. That is where Council changed their vision from the previous TMP. And we have just been continuing with that vision with respect to rail and looking at where the ridership is and then determining where we should be providing rail. And then the second focus, and again that was triggered then as well, was to really look at, okay, let's maximize along those corridors that have been the spine of the system for many, many years in terms of transit-oriented development. So focus our smart growth initiatives around those transit nodes.
And once we put the initial Confederation line in, should we not have been discussing future plans going from there rather than taking that as an assumption to say, well, Council has changed their priorities, so we better go on in Phase 2 and 3 and beyond with new thinking in Council?
Madam Chair, I think the priorities that were established with the last TMP when the Confederation line was approved are very similar to the priorities that are in front of you today. So, if Council chooses to change that, you certainly can, but we have followed that vision that was set by Council in terms of continuing that dialogue and the plan that's in front of you.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the items that were raised at the Accessibility Advisory Committee last meeting when staff did a presentation on the LRT to the committee, there were a couple of concerns raised, and one of those concerns that I raised, for example, and I'll just give you a little bit of background on where I was coming from on that issue that I raised, is if going to LRT in my area, West End, is to Bayshore, and if there is a passenger picked up through an express bus or through a regular bus, he or she must transfer to that LRT at Bayshore to get downtown. Am I correct in that?
That's correct in terms of the hub and spoke that would be in place at that time.
Okay. But that, according to the information provided to AAC, does not apply to paratransport passengers.
That is correct, and I'm looking to OC to elaborate on that, but the para is a separate entity.
So, Mr. Manconi, to you, does that means in that response that paratransport still will remain as a door-to-door service?
Paratransport is door-to-door, correct.
Thank you, Mr. Manconi. Now, coming back to the another question that was raised was about the parking issues that may be coming in the future with the LRT station. And one of those parking concerns somebody had mentioned at the committee was that if an individual does take a paratransport, let's say from Stittsville out to Bayshore, can he or she get off that paratransport and get onto the LRT? If so, are there accommodations being made at that LRT station to accommodate the parabuses, either for pickup or drop-off?
Yes, Madam Chair, absolutely. It will be exactly as you've described it.
All right. Thank you very much. And the other part of the question from the AAC, and the reason why I'm asking about the AAC, just for clarification for the public, is I'm the council representative on the AAC committee. The other question that was raised is in terms of grade levels for the new LRT units coming into play versus how they're going to blend in with other current units that we're operating with, i.e. the O-train as an example. Will they be compatible to each other going forward, or will we see some of the problems that Catherine Gardner identified today in some of her slides?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to clarify some of the things with the O-train that was raised this morning. On the O-train, we do have a meeting with some people representing the community that have concerns with that. It was actually scheduled for today, but we had to reschedule it. The goal is 100% low floor, and it has to be a good seamless entry in and out of the vehicles. You will always have a gap distance where the doors are, but on the Confederation line, we're working with our Rio partners right now to nail all that down. And also on the O-train expansion, we have a meeting scheduled with the engineers and staff tomorrow with Ms. Gardner and others that actually it's on site to look at all those details for the O-train.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manconi, and I do want to just reaffirm that statement that you just made, that the light rail department as well as OC Transport has been working very closely with the AAC in terms of identifying some of their concerns and addressing some of those concerns. So I do want to thank you on behalf of the AAC, as long as some of these other issues that were presented at the meeting are resolved and going forward, there will not be an issue. So thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Kadri. Commissioner Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to relate to the motion that I seconded in 2011. That motion was designed, as I was told by staff, and I want them to confirm this. There were 2 lines showing going to Orleans. They wanted to confirm which would be the best one for LRT in the future. And then by having it identified which one, it would then speed up whenever anything happened. It was not to set it as a priority over any other area, and I think that Mr. Moser's memo later on confirmed that, and that you had to analyze every area before you made that decision. I just want that's confirmed.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor. We've done that. We've evaluated all of the corridors through this process, and we didn't just focus on the Orleans corridors.
Okay. And the other thing is on the vision, which relates to that to some extent, was the last time we did this, we had 3 phases in the Transportation Master Plan. The first phase was to do east-west with what we're building right now, to be followed by going to Baseline, and they've made the addition to put it to Bayshore, for which I thank staff very much. I think it's a very good addition and cost-effective. And then it was going to go to Riverside South in the last phase. And there's a lot of BRT was being built in the outlying communities as part of that as well. So what that plan basically was to go east-west instead of north-south, except for the problem of Riverside South without having things. It's been decided that we can handle getting some service to Riverside South that's much lower cost by using the existing O-train. So we still have that link in there. But I think to say that the vision was taking it right away outside the Greenbelt and not doing BRT outside the Greenbelt was not, in fact, that vision. The vision was to get it within the Greenbelt, get the BRT in place, and then as areas developed enough to make it worthwhile, you did the LRT. Am I out to lunch on that one, or that roughly what, because that's my understanding of what the vision. I don't mind the vision changing, but I think that we have to be aware that the vision has changed.
Madam Chair, if I might answer that, the decision or the direction that we were provided with told us to look at whether or not it made sense to invest in rail first. And going to the east, East had early investment identified for BRT in the previous plan, and the direction, as we understood it, was to look at where would the best investment be that would result in rail in the east first. And so that's what's in front of you is a response to that, and there was early investment identified for BRT, which, as you well know, is no longer in the plan, and it has been it's off, it's in the network, but it's certainly not within the 2031 timeframe. And since the last TMP, we have done some BRT, the Southwest Transitway. We were certainly happy to receive the stimulus funds to be able to advance that, so we have done some BRT. We have not been successful getting the Bayshore to Moody, which was a priority, and you are right. I mean, we looked at that connection between Lincoln Fields and Bayshore, which was not in the plan, and which we said, you know, we're going to follow the same principles, and what should we do? Can we provide rail first? And it's $400 million, that investment, and we looked at that, and we are in front of you recommending that we advance that as rail first.
Yeah. The motion, I was obviously misled with the motion because I specifically asked that before I agreed to second it. I was absolutely and totally, by staff and the mayor's office both, told that that did not mean that you were going to have to build them first. It meant you're going to have it ready to go when the time was right. So to say that the motion said you had to go ahead with that, that's not what it said. It said you had to be prepared to go ahead with it. So I want to make sure that's very clear, because otherwise I would never have seconded it. I would have had to say I would have had to see the analysis first, and I'm waiting to see that, pulling it together, because the analysis has to show almost like a chart. This is the pros and cons of going to Orleans first. This is the pros and cons of going to Barrhaven first. These are the pros and cons of going to Canada first. And if Orleans comes out first on that, that's fine with me. And I think with your costing thing, that's probably going to happen. But I do need to see that chart that shows those things very clearly and not buried in bits and pieces, which it is right now. Because otherwise I was really misled on that. It did not mean that Orleans would get light rail before anybody else. It meant it would be prepared, so if it was coming up highest in the analysis, that it would then get it before you put the BRT through, more than it already has. You already have bus lanes through the Greenbelt. And I think that's what Mr. Moses' his memo was clear about. The other question is, I know we were not successful in getting money for going to Moody right now with BRT, but we have been successful in the past in getting money for BRT. And I know this one says we're going to 100% fund the few BRT projects we're doing. But does that mean that if they open up new programs federally and provincially where we can get money, that we would not go and even ask for BRT for funding if we had projects ready to go?
Madam Chair, as you well know, Council makes the decision as to where it would apply for funds when there is a program to apply to.
Council makes decisions, but they always get a recommendation from staff first. So I am looking at what staff would be recommending at that point.
Madam Chair, we have built into the affordability model an assumption that we would be able to pay for the BRT, given that we have had limited success, that we need and absolutely require higher order funding for the rail segments. So that, in our minds, was a very conservative assumption to make. Clearly, if there was additional funding that was available, we would recommend different aspects of the plan for funding. So we wanted to be very conservative in our assumptions, and if there's more money, then staff would certainly look at what else is in the plan and ready to go and meeting the criteria of any funding plan at the time.
Okay. Now, one of the other fundings is the DCs. Is there the plan laying out and using those DCs, a lot of which come from outside the Greenbelt, because that's where a lot of the growth is happening, that there is some return to the outlying communities for the money that they're putting into having transit in their areas?
So the DCs are collected by the zones that we've shared with you, and there are a lot of DCs that are collected. There's a lot of development that's happening inside the Greenbelt, as you well know. And I don't have the numbers in front of me in terms of the breakdown, but they are collected and
yeah. When we do to the DC bylaw, I'd be really interested to see how much we're getting for those things with different zones, because the outlying zone pays a lot more than the inside zone, and we need to know how that's turning out. The last thing, I do want to say thank you for some of the things you've done on this, too. I don't want to just be critical of the plan. I just need more information rather than being particularly critical about the whole plan. But I just say putting it to Bayshore is an enormous advantage to the people in the Kanata-Stittsville area. And I think having that company will make things a lot easier. The thought of them getting stuck in traffic on the Queensway and getting to Lincoln Fields and having to get on a train already full from Barrhaven was not exactly attractive. And the second one is that the openness, when I suggested that you could take the money that was allocated for the March Road and make it actually provide more and better service to the people in that area of Canada, was accepted very quickly by your staff. They did the analysis and it came up with, they've actually drafted the motion for me that I'll be presenting later on, which actually will start to move with getting BRT to go through the Canada area, so we can eventually, when money does become available, we'll be actually ready to move a lot faster. So I do want to thank you for all of that.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilkinson. Councillor Chernyshenko.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm very happy with what I see for the most part with this plan. Much of the debate has been around sequencing, priorities, where to go first, and I think the big challenge for council, for any councillor, is to balance our desirable big picture view of the city with the other part of our job, which is to defend, protect, advance the interests of the ward that we're elected to represent. I'm glad to see and hear that people are finding a pretty good balance there. I'll try and do that myself. The rail to the south is something that, as we all know, was supposed to have happened a long time ago and maybe would have been rolling already. Given that's not the case, and given that entire communities were built for and people made their housing choices based on the promise of or assumption of good rapid transit to use, what I'd like to get is a little better clarification of an issue that affects both people to the south and my ward, because so many people who live in Riverside South, Hunt Club, Barrhaven and others find themselves in some way coming down the Airport Parkway, Bronson Bank, Main Street, etc. And we in Capital Ward have a very strong interest in as many people as possible doing that by transit, and as few as possible building demand for widening the Airport Parkway or building the Alta Vista Corridor anytime. So I'm wondering if you could summarize for me what the sequencing over the next 10 to 15 years is of really viable choices for someone living in those communities. What are they going to see in some milestones that might allow them to make that decision that I am going to be able to get to where I need to go by some means other than my car?
So given, Madam Chair, that we're at the Transit Commission, I mean, the broader discussion about other modes, whether it be cycling, pedestrian, or roads, I think more appropriately should happen at the Transportation Committee.
Rightly so. So particularly transit, if we could focus on that.
Right. So if you look at the South Urban Community and Barrhaven, you know, what will be their choices to get downtown and even some of the rural areas? I mean, you've heard some comments about the rural having access to the O train at Bowesville. There will be a large park and ride facility there. So, but if you're living in those areas, and depending on where your destination is, you will be able to either take a local bus to either that Bowesville end of the O train, or to the Barrhaven Town Center, where you would pick up a bus that would bring you up to Baseline. And of course, Baseline would get you on the Confederation line. So if your destination is anywhere on that line, that's you know, where you would go. If you're going to Confederation Heights, if you were going to Riverside Hospital, you would probably go over to the other side, take the O train, and same for Carleton University. O train, you would transfer at a number of different locations to the Southeast Transitway. So it really depends on your location, but what this does, and with the addition of the the transit priority across the Strandherd-Armstrong Bridge, it does provide some excellent, like 2 rapid corridors for that South Urban community to choose to use, and they will be well connected to, all of the major educational institutions, all of the major commercial facilities in the city. The 3, if you think about the federal government and their employment nodes, the 3 major employment nodes for the federal government, who is our major employer to this date, are all on the line. So you can imagine the options that the system would open up for the choice for those passengers.
Thank you, and perhaps we could call the really short term, we are going to have double frequency of O-train service on the existing track and with stations. That's anticipated for when now?
Still too early to give the specific details, but it's in 2014. We have to do the trial runs and do all the fine-tuning before we have exact dates, but it's in 2014.
Expecting, say, for start of the school year, fall 2014, or are we still even too far away from that?
We need time to figure out the trial runs and to sort things through, but it was originally committed for fall of 2014. We're doing our best to get it out as soon as we can.
Okay, I'd appreciate that, because I like to communicate as much in advance when people can start using a new service like that. I'll ask you, get back to the big picture for a sec. I do have a question which is both transit and cycling put together. I understand that frequently there is an opportunity when doing rail construction, rail work, that there's a rail corridor is a particularly good one for being able to put multi-use pathways alongside it. Is that specifically envisaged as part of the work already? Can it be?
Well, Councillor, that's one of the actions identified in Chapter 4 of the TMP, is to capitalize on that opportunity, to look for opportunities along and across rapid transit corridors. But at this level in the TMP, literally there are lines on the map. There's a lot more work that we need to do. The next step would be environmental assessments that would do the functional design of what that would look like, and then we'd get into the detailed design before implementation. So I think it's still very early days before we could say with certainty if these corridors would include parallel bicycle facilities.
Would it be fair to say, though, that we would automatically look at the viability as part of any such new rail work?
Oh, yes, that's part of all of this, and that's embedded in the spirit of Chapter 4 of the TMP.
Okay. And finally, I've already stated my preference, as I probably will keep doing many times, for transit and rail over new automobile and road work. Just to help us understand, we know about the environmental benefits, we know about the social benefits to communities being affected by roads as opposed to rail, we know about the health of sort of getting people more active. Even when they're riding transit, they're more active than if they were to hop in the car. But specifically on the economics, what can you do to help us understand the cost comparison? I know, again, we're straddling Transportation Committee and Transit Commission here, between our investment in a rail solution, again, let's pick that people living to the south, a rail solution versus a new road.
As part of the TMP and in the staff report that was tabled on October 9th, there is a section that talks about the cost of the different modes and the cost of transportation, and it would identify that in consideration of both user cost and user time, as well as social cost and government cost, the cost of transit is more expensive than the automobile, but they have lower user cost and lower social cost. So it depends on the different how you look at it and the different types of lens that you look at it. But it's part of our work that we included here as part of the TMP, and it's in the staff report that we tabled.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll just conclude then by thanking you for your good work on this. I very much support this emphasis on building out our transit system. wider and faster, and I think it's going to have many benefits for many communities, both city-wide and very parochial, if I put that hat on for a moment as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chernyshenko. Councillor Egla, you already spoken, so I'm going to give the floor to Councillor Hobbs first, and then we'll come back to you, Commissioner Egla. Okay. Councillor Hobbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to say I'm really pleased with this, the aspects for transit in this plan, and I know it's been a tough road through the Western Link in Kitchissippi Ward, and just in line with that, I was just wondering if we could just sort of highlight, because there's been a lot of discussion about light rail out to the east or to the west, but can you just let me know what percentage of funds are being spent, like overall in this plan, what percentage of funds are being spent from Tunney's to Bayshore, and then also from the Bayshore to Moody with bus rapid transit, about what percentage of the funds are going towards the Western links?
We need a bit of time to do the percentages, but in terms of the $3 billion investment for rail, it's approximately $1 billion to go from Tunney's Pasture to Baseline, plus another $400 million to get from Lincoln Fields to Bayshore, plus another $89 million for the bus rapid transit from Bayshore to Moody. So if you add all those totals up, it's about $1.5 billion of the $3 billion, about approximately 50% of the total investment.
Okay, thank you very much. I know, I don't think it's this committee, but I know there was a comment made earlier about the Prince of Wales Bridge and the redundancy of the pedestrian crossing, and I just want to say I fully support that pedestrian crossing. It doesn't replace the rail, and so if there is at some point, I appreciate Ms. Shepherd's your discussion with Quebec on connecting rail there, but we are still leaving that open. I just wanted to clarify that. If there was an opportunity to put rail, that bridge is still going to be available for rail.
Madam Chair, that's correct, and you're getting into a bit of the TMP. Yeah. We've recommended a pedestrian corridor while preserving the rail on that bridge.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Hobbs. Commissioner Egley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I, too, want to say thank you to staff for all the good work that they put into, and we've asked you lots of questions today, and we've given you lots of homework to do as well. I'm kind of wearing two hats here, sitting as a commissioner, but also as the chair of the Transportation Committee. So I wanted to take this opportunity, Madam Chair. I will see my council colleagues around the Transportation Committee table and also at the council table, but this was the opportunity for the citizen members of the Commission to come forward, ask questions, make suggestions, put ideas on the table, which are going to be going forward and inform some of the discussion and debate that are going to happen at the Transportation Committee. So I want to take this opportunity to thank the members, the citizen members of the Commission for coming out today, spending the time, and sharing their ideas and their concerns on behalf of the people in their communities and their neighborhoods. So thank you very much for that. And it will give staff an opportunity to sharpen their pencils and gather some of that information that's been requested, get some of that research done, so when it does come to committee on the 15th, we'll have those answers to the questions that you've posed for us today. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Egley. Seeing no further questions, I have received 3 motions. Are there ones from Councillor Wilkinson, one from Councillor Kadri, and one from Councillor Blois? Are there any others? So I'll just ask the Transit Commissioners to, in the order that I just called them, to present their motions, starting with Commissioner Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So by myself that whereas Canada South and Canada North have grown significantly in recent decades, and the area along March Road is an important economic development and employment center driven by the high-tech industry, And whereas approximately 3,000 new homes and additional employment opportunities are planned for the Canada North area and the area around Highway 417 and Terry Fox Drive and the future Canada West development are currently under service by rapid transit. And whereas the city has set important modal split targets for alternative modes of transportation, including walking, cycling, and transit, and whereas the Transportation Master Plan Affordable Transit Network includes at-grade BRT from Highway 417 to Carling Avenue and transit priority measures on March Road north of that, and no BRT west of March Road along Highway 417. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ottawa Transit Commission recommends that the Transportation Committee recommend that bus rapid transit at grade project Canada North Transitway Highway 417 to Carling Avenue, that's page 38, be amended such that the two structures needed for grade separation of the Canada North project at the March Road Highway 417 intersection be deferred as part of the Affordable Network Plan, and that the estimated $30 million in funds earmarked for those works be repurposed, such that the BRT corridor along March Road be extended to Solant Road and a new BRT facility be constructed between March Road and Terry Fox Station. Do you want to speak to it later, or?
I think I'm going to have them all read first, and then we'll come back and we'll deal with them in order.
That's fine.
So, Commissioner Kadri.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And this motion is regarding the LRT and BRT system combined. Whereas in 2008, the city put forward an ultimate rapid transit network showing long-term plans for rapid transit services across the city, including future conversions of bus rapid transit corridors to rail across the bulk of the transit network. And whereas an affordability analysis has been completed as part of the draft 2013 Transportation Master Plan that has identified the affordable rapid transit and transit priority network, a group of priority projects to be implemented before 2031. And whereas the city's official plan continues to protect the right of way for all future transit projects included in the affordable RTTP network, as well as the RTTP network concept. And whereas all RTTP projects are designate, are designed and built in order to allow for seamless future technology conversion, therefore be it resolved that the Ottawa Transit Commission recommends that Transportation Committee recommend that the ultimate RTTP network, which highlights all future conversions to rail, be included in the 2013 TMP as the city's long-term vision for transit services.
Thank you, Commissioner Kadri. Commissioner Blois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this has to deal with the entirety of the TMP with respect to the transit component, and it goes whereas the LRT network expansion is being considered in its totality, and whereas the expansion is contingent on the affordability of its parts. Therefore, be it resolved that should any change in the timing of the transit components need to occur due to a change in the funding and affordability assumptions, that an evaluation of the business case on the light rail transit investment be brought forward to the appropriate standing committees / commission and council for consideration. Madam Chair, I would also ask that you get staff to comment on all three motions.
I just took the words right out of my mouth.
There you go.
Could staff comment on all three motions?
So we can support all three of those motions, Madam Chair.
Okay, that's it for comment. It's been a long day. Okay, we'll take it. So back to you, Commissioner Wilkinson, to speak to your motion.
If I could explain a little bit what this means, because it's a little confusing for some people. What I had raised with staff was the piece up March Road they wanted to do to serve the business park wasn't very long and was very expensive, $110 million. So I said, well, why is it so expensive? I said, is it because of the interchange that has to be built for the future BRT coming out from Bayshore to Canada to interconnect with this one, because that's underground and it's quite expensive. It turns out, in fact, that was the case. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to put that in now if we're not going to build the BRT through there for maybe several decades. in that time, the thing would deteriorate so much we'd have to replace it anyway. It would just be a waste of money. So they took that amount of money and said, what can we do to improve other transit within that? And in doing so, there'll be a little bit of on the surface involved with the buses coming in, because there won't be that grade change for a very short distance. But other than that, they'll be on completely grade separated. On going up March Road, it's going in the median. It's a surface one, so there'll be traffic lights, but they'll be able to go further with some of the money. And the second one, and then after that, the buses will continue. They won't stop, but they will be on the road. And to start the BRT through Canada, the EA has already been done. And they just have to cross March Road, and there's a connection. They just have to turn left. They can go right on to where the transit BRT is to go in future. It's already grade separated in that the pedestrian bridge was built to accommodate it. The Valor Bridge was built with an opening to accommodate it, so it can go all the way up to Terry Fox Station without having to build any structures. And the amount of money would allow that to happen. And it gets the BRT within the Canada Stitchville area started. And staff have been supported that really extremely willingly and have put the motion together for me.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Wilkinson. Councillor Harder, Aglai, and Blais, are your questions related to Commissioner Wilkinson's motion? Okay, so I'm just going to take questions on Commissioner Wilkinson's motion right now, or comments, and then we'll deal with that, and then we'll deal with them in order. So if you could remove yourself from the list unless you want to speak to Commissioner Wilkinson's motion. Yeah, we'll just hit the button quickly when we get to the issue you want to talk about. Okay, no one else? So carried on Commissioner Wilkinson's motion?
Sorry, I thought Jane wanted to speak.
No. Okay. So Commissioner Blais.
Thank you. I'm having trouble picturing exactly where this is and what exactly it does or does not do. Can someone describe it?
So if you can imagine when you get off the highway at March Road, March Eagleson, there were some grade separations, like large structures included there to grade separate bus from the road network. Instead, what is being proposed is to keep that intersection more or less at grade and take the money that would have built those structures to grade separate the BRT and be able to extend BRT to the north on March Road and then along the existing BRT corridor out to Terry Fox to do another section of it. And again, I just would speak to the fact that this is a classic example of, BRT technology and the flexibility of it, so you can have it in mixed traffic and then onto a BRT system and still get tremendous benefits.
Okay, thank you.
So carried on Councillor Wilkinson's motion? Carried. Okay, then the next one is from Commissioner Kadri, and that relates to the ultimate plan. Any questions on that? Commissioner Egley?
Just if staff could elaborate on what, I guess procedurally, if you will, it means by inserting this into the long-term vision. We don't have a piece in the plan that says vision, so I'm wondering how does the motion work? If we pass this, what then happens?
So then, if you pass this, then there will be a map included in the TMP that shows this as the ultimate network concept. And essentially what it does is it just confirms the vision that Council has, that ultimately you want rail extending across the city, and to make sure that any design work that's done on interim BRT network is designed to accommodate rail in future.
And by doing that design work or engineering work, does that add anything to the final price tag for the estimates that you've given us?
No. Because that is our standard to do that. What we found and what we heard in the public consultation is that folks remembered that in the 2008 plan, we actually had an ultimate network that showed rail across the whole city, and we no longer had that. And when I was asked at the Canada Open House, I said, yeah, you know, it's true. Our intention is, it hasn't really changed in terms of our long-term vision, and it was on that basis that we agree that putting it back in is no harm. It certainly is just a confirmation that that's the direction. So no financial impact at all.
Okay, thank you for that.
Commissioner Blais.
Thank you. And just so I can clarify, while looking at the map, effectively that converts all blue to red?
Sorry, this would be the ultimate, and so there is still elements of blue, and that would be the southern, the Cumberland corridor would continue as BRT, and you can kind of see how over time that would evolve into an east-west corridor that's south of the spine, the rail spine on the northern corridor.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it, Commissioner? Yeah. Okay, so seeing no further questions, carried on Commissioner Cadre's motion? Carried. And then to Commissioner Blowis's motion, I think Commissioner Harder.
Or just Councillor Harder.
Councillor Harder.
Maybe next term.
Yeah.
If there's an opportunity. On the, I think that, and I'm guessing, but I think Councillor Blowis, where he's going with this, is looking at a what if. So that's what I want to ask. Is this really a what if? For example, we know that under the affordability lens, we are going to be masters of our own destiny, with the exception of LRT, where we need to have partners from the other levels of government. And so in the chance that, for example, the minister who complained about it being Christmas and that sort of thing doesn't do their part to contribute to this package, is that what you're trying to deal with, that possibility, Councillor Blowis?
I guess the short answer is yes. The longer answer would be, we've spoken about the plan in its entirety. It is contingent on certain funding assumptions, and without those funding assumptions, it means you have to set your priorities, and that's what this would do.
Yeah. And I guess that would be my final question, because I did understand it properly, is when would we do the prioritization of the LRT on the map? So going to Plasterlines, going to Baseline, going to Bayshore, when would, and I guess also, never mind just that, it would be the whether or not it made sense financially, return on investment, et cetera, to go the O-train extension to Bowesville. When would that happen? When would we know that we had to trigger that? Or should that be part of the next short term of work?
So, Madam Chair, this is, and if this motion passes, so Stage 2 is put forward as a package, and we are looking for close to $1 billion from the federal provincial government. They come back without sufficient funds. The motion would direct us then to come back to the appropriate standing committee and council to consider where would you want to invest that money. And so council, at that time, we would have a report, we would do the work, here's the money we have, here's what we would recommend in terms of where you would invest that money. So by default, you would be setting your priorities, but you would be doing it in the context of a known amount of money that you were looking to invest.
So at no time through the process we're currently in, Madam Chair, are we're buying the picture, the TMP, including the LRT at this point. We're not saying that one is more important. They're all integral to the future plan at this point.
For the rail, the Stage 2 rail, that's absolutely correct. It's one project, and it's one that we would envision doing all at the same time. And so that's what we're asking you to consider. On the BRT and the transit priority within the affordability model, we have applied some priorities to those because those are your own funds over the period till 2031.
So that's the interesting thing, I think, today for the Transit Commission is the fact that what the uncertainty for the future of the Transportation Master Plan, including the transit, is the other levels of government that we're going to need to come to the table. And I just wonder how we're going to make that very clear to them, the significance of it, so that we don't hear the negativity, and no matter what the party is, that we have the cross party working for the people that they represent as well. And I'm not getting a feeling that we have that yet, but hopefully once we firmly support this, that's exactly where we will go. Because if, for example, we don't come in with the billions of dollars that we need, then we'd be looking at the information that Councillor Wilkinson asked you for earlier, which was, show me the formula that got you to decide on the decisions you made. And that's the kind of stuff that will become even more important, correct? Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Harder, and thank you for spending the day with us. So seeing no further questions on Commissioner Blowis's motion, carried on that motion? Carried. Okay, and then we go to the main motion in the report. Does anyone want to ask any questions or speak about that? Is it carried? Carried. Thank you. So that, are there any inquiries? Other business? Notices of motion? Adjourned. Thank you.